Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. This happened 3 summers ago, and I still won't go anywhere near that side of town. Even driving past the plant gives me that weird, back-of-the-neck feeling now. I know how that sounds. I wouldn't believe me either if I hadn't been there, if I hadn't seen the footage with my own eyes. But I did. And I wish I never had. So, the tunnel. It's a real place. Half the kids from my high school knew about it. There's this old water treatment plant on the edge of town, right where the trail turns to gravel and dips behind that little hill next to the abandoned substation. You can find the tunnel entrance about 20 feet past the last chain-link fence. It's not marked, but everyone who's been there knows what you're looking for. The tunnel's short, narrow, and barely tall enough to walk upright in maybe 6 feet at most. It's lined with concrete, and water drips from somewhere overhead, constantly. The air inside always smells like metal and mildew, and you can hear your own footsteps echo ahead of you like they're trying to warn you not to keep going. I'd heard stories, obviously. Everyone had. The usual: some kid saw something in there, don't go past the halfway mark. Someone disappeared back in the 90s. Stuff that sounded like exaggeration or older kids trying to scare the new ones. But people kept going back. It was a dare thing. You know how that works. Show you've got nerve. Walk the whole thing alone, record it, prove you did it. Derek was the one who took it seriously. He was a quiet kid, not antisocial or anything, just the kind of guy who didn't make a lot of noise. He was in my grade, but we only started hanging out the year this happened because of a shared elective. Film and media, that's important, by the way. He was obsessed with documenting things, always filming, always editing little projects no one asked for. I thought it was cool, actually. Gave him something to focus on. That summer, he decided to do the tunnel, not just walk it, film it, edit it, and turn it into a short documentary, he said. Something serious but local, whatever that meant. He had a basic GoPro, the kind you can strap to your chest or helmet. He borrowed a flashlight from his dad and asked if I wanted to come with him to shoot the entry and exit for contrast. "You don't have to go in," he said. "Just wait on the other side. It'll take like 15 minutes max." I said yes. I didn't really believe any of the stories, and it sounded harmless. We went late in the afternoon, right before sunset. The idea was to catch that last bit of golden light while he filmed his intro. I remember exactly what he wore: gray hoodie, black cargo pants, and those same scuffed Vans he wore everywhere. The GoPro was already recording before we even got to the tunnel. He kept narrating into it, talking about the history of the plant and how the tunnel was likely part of the overflow system or emergency maintenance line. He sounded calm, focused. I waited at the other end like I said I would. It took about 6 minutes before I heard his footsteps coming through the tunnel again, but he didn't come out right away. I called his name, half joking. "Derek?" Silence. Then his voice echoed back, weirdly flat. "Yeah." He came out a few seconds later, squinting into the light like he'd just stepped off a plane. His face looked pale. I figured maybe the tunnel freaked him out more than he'd expected. "You good?" I asked. He nodded but didn't say anything, just walked past me and sat on the grass, taking off the camera like it was heavier than it should have been. I didn't press. We chilled for another 10 minutes, then walked back to my car. He didn't upload the footage that night. In fact, he didn't say anything about it for 2 days. When I finally asked him if he watched it yet, he just texted me back, "Yeah, you should see it." I went over that evening. His laptop was already open on his desk, the GoPro file queued up. He didn't say much, just hit play and stood behind me. The first few minutes were what I expected him: walking, narrating, light bouncing off the tunnel walls. You could hear water dripping, the steady beat of his footsteps. It felt claustrophobic even on screen. Then, somewhere around the halfway point, he stopped walking. The camera tilted slightly like he'd turned to look behind him. That's when the echo started. Footsteps behind him. But the tunnel was straight, no place to hide, no other entrances. I know because I checked the blueprints myself later, and no one else had gone in. The footsteps kept going for a few seconds, then silence. The camera panned back toward the end of the tunnel. He stood still for another beat, then turned and kept walking. The weird part? He never looked scared in the video, just confused. But when I looked up at him standing behind me, he wasn't confused anymore. He looked rattled. "Go back," he said. I rewound it to where the footsteps started. This time he pointed. "Pause it, right there." I did, and he leaned over, slowly moved the cursor frame by frame. It was right before he turned back to the entrance, only 2 or 3 frames total. But there, behind him, maybe 20 feet back, was something. I still don't know what it was. The frame was blurry, obviously. It wasn't a full figure, just part of something tall, pale, and shaped wrong. No clear face, no details. Just presence. It looked like it was standing at an angle that didn't make sense, like it was pressed against the side of the wall but also facing forward. And it was gone by the next frame. I turned and looked at him. "You didn't see that when you were inside?" He shook his head. "I didn't hear anything either, not at that part." It took us both a second to really absorb that. He heard footsteps, but they didn't happen in real time, only on the video. We didn't post it. I know everyone always says that, but we really didn't. We kept it between us, maybe 2 others, and even those guys thought it was a prank. A week later, one of them, Aaron, disappeared. Aaron wasn't the type of person to just disappear. That's what made it so weird at first. He was loud, cocky, and always online. The kind of guy who commented on every group chat meme within 5 seconds and updated his Snapchat story when he so much as reheated a slice of pizza. So when nobody had heard from him in a day, it stood out immediately. At first, people just assumed his phone was dead, or that he was pulling some dramatic off-the-grid thing for attention. But then, his mom started asking around. Apparently, he hadn't come home the night before, and when she checked his room the next morning, his bed hadn't been slept in. Still, it wasn't until the second day that people started actually worrying. That's when the missing posters went up. That's when the cops got involved. They questioned everyone. I told them the truth. I hadn't seen him since the weekend before, when we all hung out behind the gas station like we always did. They asked if anything had seemed off about him lately. I said no, even though I knew something was off, just not with him. See, Aaron was one of the two people Derek and I showed the footage to. We didn't make a big deal out of it. We weren't trying to scare anyone. But we'd been freaked out, and we wanted a second opinion, someone who'd either confirm what we saw or tell us we were overreacting. So we showed it to Aaron and this other guy, Jake, who's the kind of person that finds every story funny if it doesn't happen to him. They watched the video, we pointed out the frame, and both of them leaned in close, like they were trying to see if it was edited. Jake laughed, said, "That's just condensation or whatever. You nerds are looking too hard." Aaron didn't laugh, though. He just stared at the paused frame for a while and then said, "If that's fake, it's a damn good fake." And then a few days later, he was gone. I didn't tell the cops about the video, neither did Derek. Not because we were trying to hide something, but because it sounded insane. What would we say? "Oh, by the way, there's a maybe ghost or something in the tunnel by the old water plant, and we think our friends saw it and then vanished." They'd either laugh or tell us to stop wasting their time. So we said nothing. Instead, we started watching the footage again. Derek pulled up the raw files on his laptop and went frame by frame through the whole tunnel segment. He zoomed in, adjusted contrast, tried every filter he could. I just sat beside him, watching in silence. The frame with the thing in it was still there, still just a blur, still unhelpful. But now, with Aaron gone, it felt heavier, like a warning we didn't understand in time. Derek was quieter than usual. No sarcastic jokes, no running commentary. Just a kind of cold, focused silence, like he was trying to solve a math problem that kept changing every time he looked at it. That night, I stayed at his place. Neither of us said why. It just didn't feel right to be alone. We both crashed on the floor of his basement, old sleeping bags, a couple of sodas, and the glow of his laptop looping through tunnel footage in the background. Around 2 a.m, Derek suddenly sat up. I heard something. I froze. What? Just listen. We sat there in the dark, ears straining. The laptop fan hummed softly. A faint drip came from somewhere near the water heater. Then I heard it too. Faint, distant, not in the house. From the laptop speaker. Footsteps. Not loud, not dramatic, just soft, deliberate steps on concrete. Derek rewound the clip 10 seconds, hit play. Silence. Then again, tap, tap, tap. He muted it. We looked at each other. I already watched this version earlier, he said. It didn't have that sound. I checked the file's timestamp. It hadn't been modified since 3 days ago. "Derek," I said, voice low, "that sound wasn't there before." He nodded, eyes wide. I know. We didn't sleep after that. The next morning, Derek didn't say a word when I left. He looked like he hadn't blinked in hours. When I checked my phone around lunchtime, he still hadn't texted. By evening, I drove over to his house again. I wasn't going to wait. Not after Aaron. I rang the bell. No answer. His mom answered on the third knock. "He's in the basement. Didn't go to school today." I nodded and told her we were working on a project. When I went downstairs, the lights were off. Just the glow of the screen. The footage was still looping. Derek was sitting cross-legged in front of it, staring like it was feeding him something. He didn't turn when I came in. "You're okay?" I asked. He nodded once. "Derek, you need to stop watching that." He shook his head slowly. "There's something new." I walked over. On screen was a paused frame, one I hadn't seen before. It was at the very end, right as Derek exits the tunnel, just before the GoPro shakes from him stepping back into daylight. In the shadows behind him, near the entrance, was something different. It wasn't a figure, not exactly, more like a shape, pressed flat against the concrete wall. Not pale this time, darker, textured like wet stone, with what looked like the hint of a long hand or claw just touching the wall, like it was holding itself there, waiting. I backed away. "You're done, man. Turn it off." He didn't move. "Derek." He finally looked at me. His eyes were bloodshot. What if Aaron saw something too? What if it's not about the tunnel anymore? I stared at him. "What are you saying?" "I think watching it does something, like you're not supposed to see it, not just the tunnel, the image." My throat went dry. "Jake saw it too," I said quietly. He nodded. "Text him." I pulled out my phone, texted Jake something simple. "Hey, all good?" No answer. I tried again an hour later. Still nothing. When I checked the group chat, Jake hadn't been active in more than 24 hours. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing that still-frame Derek paused the dark hand against the tunnel wall, like it had been reaching out, and then froze mid-movement. Not moving, not looking. Just waiting. The longer I stared at it, the less it looked like part of the wall. It had shape, texture, a weird curve to the fingers that bent inward too tightly, like they weren't used to being hands, like they were remembering how. The next morning, I tried texting Jake again, just something casual. "Yo, you good?" No reply. I checked his story. Nothing. Not even one of his usual stupid reposts or screenshots from his Xbox. I texted Derek. He's not answering. A few seconds later he replied, "Come over." When I got there, his laptop was already set up on the desk again. Same clip playing on a loop. The GoPro footage. Again. I didn't know how he could keep watching it. I'd only seen it twice, and I was already having dreams that felt like waking up in cold water. "What now?" I asked, standing behind him. He didn't turn. "Watch." I leaned over and looked. He had the footage paused again near the beginning this time, just after he steps inside the tunnel. At first, I didn't notice anything different. The flashlight beam bounced around the concrete walls, catching water stains and weird shadows, the usual. Then I saw it, something that hadn't been there before. On the wall to the left, there was a smear, long, thin, almost like a handprint, but not quite. The shape was wrong, like it had too many fingers. "I scrubbed this part already," Derek said quietly. "It wasn't there before." He hit play. The flashlight moved. The smear disappeared. He rewound again, paused it, still there. "It's only visible when paused," he said, "but it wasn't there yesterday." I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. We both knew what it meant. The video was changing. We left the basement around noon and went to get food, even though neither of us was hungry. Just being outside helped. The air felt less heavy, like we'd been holding our breath since watching that first frame. We didn't talk about the footage for a while. We sat in the diner and stared at the menu until the server had to come back twice before we ordered. Eventually, Derek asked, "You think Jake's gone?" I didn't answer right away. "I don't know," I finally said. "I don't want to think that." "But if he is," Derek continued, "then that's two people. Both saw the footage. Both disappeared." I looked down at my plate. We saw it too. He didn't say anything to that. We went back to his place, but neither of us wanted to go inside, so we sat in his backyard instead, on the back steps. The sun was low in the sky, not quite setting, but that same weird stillness had crept into the air, like the day had stopped moving and was waiting for something to happen. "I keep thinking about that night," Derek said suddenly, "when I went through the tunnel." I didn't interrupt. I didn't feel anything when I was in there. Not really. Just off, like I was being timed. He looked over at me. "But I don't remember turning around." "What do you mean?" He rubbed his face. "That frame, the one where the thing is behind me? I don't remember turning back to look. I don't remember stopping at all." "You think the footage is lying?" "I don't know," he said. "Or maybe I'm forgetting stuff. But I swear, I just walked straight through. No turning, no stopping." We sat there for a long time after that, until the sun dipped below the trees, until the porch light clicked on automatically behind us. That night, I didn't stay over. I told Derek I needed sleep, which wasn't a lie, but also wasn't going to happen. When I got home, my phone buzzed with a new message, "Unknown number." It was a photo. No text, just an image. It was grainy and dark, like it had been taken with a broken lens. But I knew what it was immediately: the tunnel entrance. The same angle I'd taken when Derek walked in that first time. Only this time, there was someone standing at the edge. Or something. I zoomed in. The shape was tall with no clear face, just arms that hung too long, like they were waiting for direction. I didn't respond. I just deleted it, threw my phone across the room, and locked my bedroom door for the first time in months. The next morning, I went back to Derek's. He hadn't slept either. "There's more," he said, before I could sit down. He played the video again, this time from the final few seconds, right as he exits. His camera tilts up slightly, catching the sky for a split second. That part had always been blown out too bright to see anything clearly. But now there was a silhouette, just barely there against the light. Still, centered, watching him leave. "I swear to God it wasn't there yesterday," he said. "It's changing." I didn't doubt him. I didn't say anything. I just sat there, trying to breathe normally. It felt like the more we looked at the footage, the more it looked back, like it knew we were watching and started to show us more, just a little at a time. Not enough to make sense, just enough to keep us afraid. We agreed to stop watching, to delete the footage. Derek said he'd do it that night, wipe the drive, smash the camera. We didn't talk about it again. But the next day, he didn't show up to school. I got the call from Derek's mom around 10 that morning. She asked if I'd seen him, said he hadn't come upstairs all night and wasn't answering his phone. I told her I hadn't talked to him since the night before, and I could tell by the pause on the other end that she was already worried before she dialed. I promised to come over. When I pulled up to the house, her car was still in the driveway, but the blinds were shut. It was quiet in a way that felt wrong, like the air around the place knew something had shifted. She let me in without saying much. Her hair was pulled back, no makeup, slippers instead of shoes. She looked tired in a way I'd never seen before. "He was in the basement," she said, keeping her voice low. "I didn't go down. I figured you'd know what to look for." I nodded, already walking toward the stairs. The basement was exactly how we'd left it 2 nights ago. His sleeping bag was still in the corner. The desk light was on. The laptop was closed. No sign of him. I checked the little window near the ceiling to see if maybe he'd climbed out somehow, even though it was barely wide enough for a backpack. Nothing. His phone was still on the desk. His backpack was on the chair. But he was gone. I opened the laptop and turned it on. I wasn't sure what I expected. Maybe the video was back. Maybe it was still playing, but the desktop was empty. Not just tidy, empty. No icons, no folders, no GoPro footage. He'd deleted everything. I stayed down there for a long time, just staring at the screen like it might flicker and give me a clue. Eventually, I went back upstairs and told his mom I didn't know where he was. I wasn't lying. She nodded slowly and thanked me for coming. I left her standing in the hallway staring at the basement door. I walked home even though I had my bike. Something about being in motion helped. Trees passing, houses passing, the sound of wind, anything that reminded me I was still part of the real world. But it didn't help much, because I knew what this was. That made 3 of us now. Aaron, Jake, Derek. All 3 had watched the footage. All 3 had vanished. And me? I'd watched it too. That night, I didn't turn off the lights. I didn't sleep. I sat in my room with the door locked and a kitchen knife on my lap. Not that it would have helped, but holding something made me feel a little less useless. I kept waiting for something to happen, a knock, a whisper, something at the window. But nothing came, which was somehow worse. The next day, I stayed home from school, told my mom I wasn't feeling great, which was mostly true. I spent the whole day going through Derek's old texts, screenshots, notes. Anything he might have written down, there was nothing. He didn't even leave a message. I thought about the footage again, the way it had changed, the new shapes, the new shadows, that hand on the tunnel wall, the smear, the silhouette in the light. It was like the more we watched, the more it showed us. Like the act of looking gave it permission. And now, even though Derek had deleted the file, I couldn't get it out of my head. I remembered every detail. That's when it hit me. What if remembering was enough? I started checking every reflection in the house, the bathroom mirror, the microwave door, my phone screen when it went black. I stopped watching TV entirely. No more video calls. No more scrolling late at night. Anything with a screen felt like it might show me something if I looked too long. Because whatever this thing was, it wasn't the tunnel anymore. It was the idea of the tunnel, and it was getting clearer. The next day, I biked out to the plant. I don't even know why. Some part of me thought if I just stood in front of the entrance, maybe it would undo something, like putting the needle back on the record, returning the thing to its source. The chain link fence was still there, sagging a little more than I remembered. The gravel trail past it was mostly overgrown now, like nobody had come through in a long time. I followed it. Found the entrance. Just a low, round concrete opening, barely tall enough to walk into without ducking. Water pooled around the mouth. It smelled sharp and sour. I stood there for a long time. It didn't feel like anything special. Not haunted, not cursed, just quiet. I stepped a little closer. That's when I noticed it. On the side of the entrance wall, right above the waterline, 5 smudges. Long, parallel. Almost like something had dragged its fingers there and left them behind. I stepped back. Left. Didn't say anything to anyone. But that night, when I looked in my mirror, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A shape, just a shadow at first, behind me, where my closet should have been. I turned quickly. Nothing. I looked back. Still nothing. But the feeling stayed, not being watched, being remembered. Like something had cataloged me. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but who? Everyone who knew was already gone. I was the last one left. And I had no idea what was coming next. The day after I went back to the tunnel, I finally started digging for answers. Up until that point, everything had just been reactions, watching the footage, checking the windows at night, waiting for something to happen. But the longer nothing happened, the more I realized waiting wasn't going to save me. Not anymore. If this thing was real, and after losing Derek, I had no doubt it was then hiding in my room, was just going to drag it out, let it keep getting closer. So I went to the library. I know that sounds like a weird move, like the beginning of some old horror movie where the kid finds an article from 1973 and everything clicks, but it wasn't like that. I didn't think I was going to find a headline that said, "Tall shadow creature haunts teens." I just needed something, a starting point. The town library is small, old carpet, that dry smell of paper and plastic dust jackets. It's mostly quiet except for the hum of the lights and the sound of old people turning pages too loudly. I didn't ask the librarian for help. I didn't want to explain what I was looking for. I started with local history, anything about the water plant, the area around it, the tunnel. There wasn't much. The plant was built in the 1940s, expanded in the 60s, decommissioned sometime in the early 2000s. Nothing weird in the official write-ups, just utility stuff. Engineering diagrams, budget proposals. Then I found a binder tucked away near the bottom of the local reference shelf. It was unlabeled on the spine, just gray duct tape across the binding. Inside were photocopies of old newspaper clippings, most from a now defunct local paper called the Deerfield Ledger. Someone had organized them loosely by date, no page numbers, no index, just events. Floods, fires, town meetings, a few photos of sports teams and barbershop openings. And then I saw it, August of 1989. The article headline was small, "Teen Missing After Dare at Water Tunnel." My throat tightened. I read it 3 times before pulling out my phone and taking a picture. The article didn't say much. Just that a 17-year-old kid named Jacob Drury had been last seen walking into the tunnel near the water plant as part of a local dare. His friends waited on the other side. He never came out. They searched both ends. They brought in rescue workers, checked the old blueprints. No sign of him. I checked the index card drawer to find other issues from the same month. There were 3 follow-ups. One said police eventually gave up the search after 21 days. Another said the family moved away shortly after. The last one was just a letter to the editor, some old guy writing in about how the tunnel wasn't right and should be sealed off. That one stuck with me. The letter said this: "It echoes wrong. I worked down there in the 70s. You'd drop a wrench and hear it bounce twice, but only echo once. That's not how tunnels work." I left the library with photos of everything. Back home, I tried finding Jacob Drury online. No Facebook, no family profiles, no mention in any obituary archives. It was like he vanished completely. Just a few articles from 30 years ago, and then nothing. But at least I wasn't the first. That night, I had the same dream again. I was standing at the tunnel entrance, not walking in, just staring, and I could hear something breathing deep, patient, not threatening, just aware, like it had been waiting a long time and finally decided to stretch. When I woke up, my window was open. I know I locked it. I know I did. I didn't even go near it. I just sat in bed until sunrise, hands balled in the blankets, eyes locked on the opening. Nothing moved. The next morning, I printed out one of the articles and took it to the only place I could think of, the Historical Society office. It's just a room above the post office, run by a guy named Mr. Harron. He used to teach high school history before retiring. He's got one of those gray ponytails and a collection of button-down shirts that all look exactly the same. He looked up when I walked in and gave me that polite, tired smile. "You looking for someone?" he asked. I nodded and handed him the article. "Do you know anything about this?" He adjusted his glasses and read it slowly. When he looked up, his smile was gone. "I remember this," he said. "Jacob was 2 years below me. Quiet kid. We all thought he ran away at first." "Did anyone ever find out what happened?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, but people stopped going near the plant after that." I sat down, told him everything. I left out some of the more surreal parts, the shadow in the footage, the way it kept changing, but I told him about Derek, about the video, about how all of them had watched it. He didn't interrupt, just listened, frowned deeper as I went on. When I finished, he rubbed his chin and said, "There's a theory some people used to talk about, not in papers, just quiet talk." "What kind of theory?" "That the tunnel doesn't end where you think it ends." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "Some workers claimed there were locked doors halfway through, that it connects to older parts of the plant, places not on the map, places even the city didn't have records for." Why would a water tunnel lead to something like that? He gave me a long look, because maybe it wasn't always just a water tunnel. That night, I opened my phone to find a new picture message from an unknown number. No text, just an image of the tunnel entrance. Same angle as the one before, but closer this time. The figure was still there. Only now you could see part of its head tilt slightly, like it had noticed the camera. I stared at it for a long time. Then I turned off the phone and sat in the dark, listening. I didn't hear anything, but I knew it was coming. I didn't decide right away. For a few days after that last photo showed up, I stayed inside. Didn't go to school, didn't check my phone unless I had to. Every sound made me freeze, even the normal ones, neighbors mowing their lawns, delivery trucks pulling up down the street. Nothing happened. No more pictures, no knocks at the window. But it felt like it was waiting, like the tunnel didn't want to be ignored anymore. I told myself I'd wait it out, that I'd ride it until the thing lost interest and found someone else. But that didn't sit right. I couldn't stop thinking about Derek, about the way his basement light was still on, about how the laptop was wiped clean. I thought about Aaron and Jake and that kid from 1989, Jacob Drury. All of them left behind no real trace, just rumors. Just newspaper clippings and people who eventually stopped asking questions. And I realized if I didn't do something, I was going to end up the same way. So I went back. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't bring a camera. I left my phone at home. I packed a flashlight, a bottle of water, and a little notebook with the names of everyone who'd gone missing written in my own handwriting, just in case something did happen and someone found me. I biked out there just after sunrise. The trail was empty. The grass along the gravel was taller now, thick with weeds. Even the fence looked different, like it had sagged more in the last week than it should have in a whole year. I stood in front of the tunnel for a long time before stepping in. The air was still damp, still metallic. My footsteps echoed louder than I remembered. The flashlight beam bounced off the water on the walls, catching streaks of old rust and algae in little flashes of green and brown. I walked slowly, deliberately. I didn't talk. I didn't record. I just kept moving forward. About halfway through, I felt it shift. Not the tunnel, the air. It changed from wet to cold, not breeze cold, still cold, like the kind of chill that doesn't move but soaks into your clothes anyway. That was the moment I knew I wasn't alone. But I didn't stop. I kept walking until I reached the far end. Nothing. No figure, no shadow, no whisper of movement. Just concrete and quiet. I turned around and walked back. Same distance, same chill. But now the tunnel felt narrower, not physically, but mentally, like something was closing in, like the air was being watched. I made it out. I stood there, blinking in the daylight, heart pounding, waiting for something to happen. A sound, a blur, a shape stepping out behind me. Nothing. I was alone. It felt like a letdown at first, anticlimactic, but then I realized what had changed. The fear was gone. Not entirely, but the pressure, that feeling of something pushing at the edges of my mind. It was like I'd faced it and walked out before it could finish whatever it wanted. I biked home without looking back. I didn't have nightmares that night. I slept through the whole thing, first time in weeks. My room was quiet. My window stayed closed. The knife under my bed stayed untouched. And the next morning, I checked my phone. No new messages. No pictures. Just silence. That was 6 months ago. I haven't gone back since, haven't had the urge, but sometimes I catch myself glancing at the woods when I bike past, not expecting to see anything, just checking. I still think about Derek, and Aaron, and Jake. Their parents stopped talking about it after a while. The posters came down. The school counselors gave their speeches. Everyone went back to normal. Except me. I'm not saying I know what happened to them. I don't. Not exactly. But I've got ideas. And the more time passes, the more convinced I am that whatever's in that tunnel doesn't just take people. It collects them. Not physically, maybe, but mentally. Through fear, through obsession, through attention. And that's the thing. It only keeps going if people keep feeding it. Telling the story. Watching the video. Passing around photos and daring each other to go. So I made a choice. I deleted everything. The footage, the photos, the screenshots, all of it. I even tossed the notebook I'd written their names in. I stopped talking about it. Until now. You might think this whole thing defeats the point that by writing it down again, I'm opening the door. And maybe you're right, but this version is different, because there's no clip to watch. No face to freeze on, no blurry screenshot to analyze, just words and memories and a warning. If someone dares you to walk the tunnel, don't. If you're ever near the plant and you feel the air go still, leave. And if you see something in a video that looks almost human but not quite, don't rewind. Don't zoom in. Don't give it your attention, because that's how it finds you. And once it finds you, it doesn't let go. It just waits. This is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. I'm not the kind of person who tells stories like this. You know, the type always trying to be the center of attention, always swearing they felt a presence or saw something in the mirror. That's not me. I'm a practical guy, logical. I keep to myself, do my job, mind my business. I take the bus to work every morning. Same route, same time, same seat if I can help it, second row on the left, window side. I've done that for years now. 7 years to be exact. Ever since I moved to this part of town, I work in tech support at an office that feels like it was frozen in 2009. Beige walls, burnt coffee, people who are tired of talking but do it anyway. It's not exciting, but it pays rent, and it's predictable. That's always been a comfort to me, predictability. I build my life around routine. Same breakfast, same bus, same late night shows before bed. It helps quiet my brain, keeps the spiral at bay. So, I notice when things change, even the small stuff. And that morning, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, something was off. Not right away. The bus pulled up on time. Driver was the usual guy, Glenn. Gray beard, one AirPod in, never smiles but always nods. I stepped on, tapped my pass, and did the usual scan of the aisle to see who was already on board. That's when I saw them. Two people sitting in the very back row, man and a woman, both dressed too formally for a morning bus ride, dark coats, clean lines, something crisp and old-fashioned about the way they carried themselves. The man had a hat, not a baseball cap, a fedora. Who the hell wears a fedora at 7:30 in the morning? But it wasn't their clothes that stopped me mid-step. It was their faces, or more specifically, their eyes. I don't mean they looked scary or strange. They weren't deformed or glowing or anything dramatic like that. They were just blank, pale gray blue like fogged over glass. No emotion, no focus. It was like they were both staring at the space I was standing in, but not really seeing me. Not seeing anything. I'd never seen eyes like that. I sat down, didn't want to stare, didn't want to be rude. People act weird on buses all the time, right? Maybe they were coming from a funeral. Maybe they were on something. I told myself anything I could to shake the feeling that crawled up the back of my neck like cold air under a door. They never spoke. The entire 30-minute ride they just sat there, perfectly still, not scrolling on their phones, not chatting, not adjusting their coats or bags, nothing, like they'd been posed there. I got off 2 stops before the office, like always, grabbed a coffee from the corner bodega, and tried to forget about them. But they were there again the next morning. Same clothes, same seats, same vacant eyes. And this time I knew they were watching me. I tried not to look, but something about them pulled my eyes back, like a magnetic field I couldn't resist. They weren't moving, they weren't speaking. But the woman had her head tilted just slightly to the side now, like someone listening very closely, like she was waiting. The man's hands were folded in his lap, fingers interlocked. His knuckles were white. I tried to tell myself they were just odd commuters, that maybe I'd been so locked into my routine for so long that I'd just forgotten how often new people came and went. I stared at my phone the whole ride, didn't look back. But the chill didn't leave me. You know that feeling when you're being watched, not seen watched? When you can feel someone's attention pressing into your skin, heavy and deliberate. That's what it felt like. All the way to my stop. That day at work, I couldn't focus. I forgot my login credentials, had to reset my password twice. I spilled coffee on my keyboard. My manager asked me if I was okay, and I lied and said I was just tired. Truth is, I wasn't sure what I was. The third morning I thought maybe they wouldn't be there. I told myself I was being paranoid. I'd had a bad week, that was all. I hadn't been sleeping well. The heating in my apartment was acting up. Normal stress. That's what I told myself. But I didn't believe it. I hesitated before getting on the bus that day. My hand hovered over the card reader like my body was giving me a chance to turn around. But I got on. And they were there. Same clothes, same seats, same dead eyes. Except now, They were smiling. Not big smiles, just the corners of their mouths pulled slightly upward, like they knew I saw them, like they were pleased. I sat farther up this time, closer to the front, couldn't help but check the mirror above the aisle, you know, the one that lets the driver keep an eye on the passengers. They weren't in it. I blinked, looked again. The seats were empty. But when I turned in my seat to glance back, there they were, still watching. That's when I knew. Something was wrong, very wrong. And it wasn't just in my head, because no one else seemed to notice them. Not Glenn, not the high school kids who usually sat in the back row, not the old woman who always wore purple and complained about the cold. The strangers were taking up space, my space, but no one acknowledged them. I wanted to ask Glenn. I wanted to say, "Hey, did you see those two in the back?" But the words felt stupid even before they reached my mouth. What was I supposed to say? "There are ghosts on your bus. Two strangers are haunting my commute." Number. I stayed quiet. But I knew this wasn't just bad sleep or anxiety. They were there for me. And somehow I could feel it. They were waiting for something. I just didn't know what yet. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I was afraid they'd come to my door or anything like that. It wasn't that kind of fear. It was the kind that clings to the edges of your thoughts, making everything feel slightly off. Like the floor is tilted just enough to make you unsteady, but not enough to convince anyone else there's a problem. I kept thinking about the mirror on the bus, about how they weren't in it. I tried to explain it away. Maybe the angle was wrong. Maybe the overhead light was reflecting weirdly. But I knew. You know when something's real, even if logic hasn't caught up yet. That's the part that makes it hard to talk about, when you can't prove anything but your gut is screaming. I woke up late and almost convinced myself not to take the bus. I even stood in my kitchen for a full minute, holding my keys, staring at the microwave clock. I could have driven. It would have taken longer, but I could have done it. But routine has a gravity to it, especially when your life is built around it. It felt safer somehow to stick to what I knew. The bus stop was quiet when I got there. Just me and some kid in headphones. I kept glancing down the street, waiting to see the headlights come over the hill, dreading it, hoping for it. The second the bus came into view, I felt it again, that weird sense of inevitability, like I was standing on tracks and the train was already too close to stop. I got on. My hand hovered over the card reader again, just like the day before. Glenn gave his usual slow nod. I scanned the aisle. They weren't there. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, took my usual seat, tried to act normal. We pulled away from the curb. 10 minutes in, the bus stopped to let on more passengers. A young woman with 2 tote bags, an older guy in a windbreaker. Them. They walked on together just like that, in sync, like they'd choreographed it. Same clothes, same faces, same blank, knowing expressions. They didn't scan passes, didn't speak to Glenn. They just moved quietly to the back row and sat down, right where they always sat. Only this time, the man turned his head, slowly, until his eyes met mine. He didn't blink. And the woman, she smiled again, a little wider this time. I felt ice in my spine, real, physical cold, like someone had opened a freezer behind me. I turned away fast, almost too fast, kept my eyes on the window for the rest of the ride, even though I couldn't focus on anything I saw, just blur. Trees, buildings, movement. Nothing stuck. I didn't check the mirror again. At work, I told myself I needed a distraction, something mechanical, something to occupy my brain. I buried myself in tickets and troubleshooting. My coworkers barely noticed. They were used to me being quiet. I was the guy people liked because I didn't ask questions. Just fixed the thing, said all good, and left. I liked it that way. But now I was cracking around the edges. On my lunch break, I looked them up. Not the strangers, I didn't even know where to start with that, but the bus route. Transit records, lost time reports, anything strange. I found nothing. No accidents, no driver complaints, no notes about fare evasion. Except one blog post, buried in an old transportation forum, posted 6 years ago by someone with a username like Clocks Are Lying. It was about Route 111, my route. A guy said he used to take it every day and once saw a woman in the back row who never blinked. Said he rode that bus for 6 weeks straight, and she never changed seats, never looked up. He stopped taking the bus after that. Claimed she showed up outside his apartment a few days later, just standing across the street. That post had no replies. The user never posted again. I bookmarked it anyway. That night, I stayed at the office late. Not because I had to, just didn't want to go home. Didn't want to be alone with my thoughts, or worse, with whatever was happening to me. Everything felt thin, like the world was holding together by threads, and if I pulled on the wrong one, everything would unravel. When I finally made it back to my apartment, I stood outside the building for a while, scanning the shadows. Nothing, no one. But when I got inside and flipped on the lights, there was a single item on the kitchen counter that hadn't been there that morning. A bus transfer slip. Blank, unused. I hadn't taken a transfer in months. I picked it up slowly, flipped it over. There was something faint written on the back, like someone had traced words with a pen but never fully pressed down. I held it under the light. "We remember you." I dropped it. I didn't sleep. I kept the television on all night, something mindless. Game shows, reruns, anything that reminded me I was still here, still tethered to the real world. The next morning I didn't go to work. I called in sick, which I never do. I told them I had the flu. My manager didn't even ask questions. I spent most of the day researching folklore, urban legends, sleep paralysis, shared delusions. Nothing fit exactly. The closest thing I found were these stories about watchers, entities that follow people not to harm them, but to observe for reasons no one fully understands. They show up during transition points, illness, grief, close brushes with death. I couldn't stop thinking about that line on the transfer slip. We remember you. Not, we see you. Not, we're watching. Remember. Like I'd done something. Like we'd met before. That night, I stayed away from the bus. I walked to the edge of my block, just far enough to see it turn the corner at the end of the street. The lights looked dimmer than usual. Inside, I could see shapes, shadows. 2 in the back row, looking out the window, looking at me. I backed into the alley and waited until it passed. I didn't go out again. I didn't ride the bus the next day, or the day after that. I thought maybe I'd broken it, interrupted whatever was happening. But tonight, when I got home from grabbing takeout, there was something new waiting in my mailbox. A folded piece of paper. No envelope. No address. Just a single line written in perfect tight script. Don't be late tomorrow. I read the note 5 times before I realized my hands were shaking. Don't be late tomorrow. That was all it said. No signature, no indication of who it was from, but I knew. There was no question in my mind. It was from them. The strangers. I held the paper up to the light, looking for something, impressions, watermarks, anything. But it was just a scrap, cheap printer paper, folded once, perfectly. The kind of paper you'd use if you wanted to leave something behind and have it disappear quickly. The writing was neat, too neat, almost clinical. Every letter spaced, just so. The kind of thing you don't want to believe is real. I dropped it on the table and just stood there, staring at it like it might start speaking again. I didn't eat dinner, lost my appetite somewhere between the mailbox and the front door. I paced the apartment for hours trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to rip the paper into pieces, burn it, pretend it never showed up. Another part knew better. This wasn't going away. I ended up stuffing the note into a drawer and turning every light in the apartment on. Saturday at the kitchen table until almost 3, wired and nauseous, wondering what the hell I had gotten myself into. Or maybe what had found me, because that's what it felt like. Not like I'd stumbled onto something, but like I'd been picked, selected, watched. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have dozed off sometime just before dawn, because I jolted awake with that feeling like you're falling, like your body forgot where it was for a second. I looked around, lights still on, my neck stiff from the chair, the paper still sitting in the drawer, humming like a warning in my brain. I got ready for work like I was on autopilot. Showered, dressed, poured coffee I didn't drink. I walked to the stop because I couldn't not walk to the stop. I can't explain it. It was like I didn't have a choice anymore. Like the note had planted something in my spine, and now I was just following a script I didn't write. The bus was already there when I turned the corner. Waiting. Same route, same number, same everything. Except it felt different now, heavier. Glenn gave me the usual nod when I boarded. I looked at him harder this time, tried to see if he noticed anything weird, any flicker of acknowledgement, but he was just Glenn. Slightly annoyed expression, always somewhere else in his head. I scanned my pass, made myself walk forward, and of course they were there. Back row, perfect posture, same clothes, same expressions, like nothing had changed. But something had. Because this time, I didn't look away. I stared at them for a full 3 seconds as I passed. The man's lips twitched upward, barely. And the woman? She blinked. The first time I'd seen her blink. I sat down closer to the back than usual, not all the way, but far enough that I could hear them if they said anything, far enough that I could pretend I had control over how this played out. I lasted about 10 minutes before I looked again. Still there, still watching. But the weirdest part, nobody else reacted. No one even looked up. The usual guy who played Sudoku, the woman with the green travel mug, the teen with the half-zipped hoodie, not one of them noticed. It was like the strangers only existed for me. The rest of the ride blurred. Every time the bus hit a bump, I jumped. Every time the brakes squealed, my stomach twisted. It felt like I was riding towards something, not away from it. 2 stops before mine, something happened. The woman stood up. She didn't say anything. She just stood. And the man followed. They moved in perfect unison, like they were part of some old ballroom routine, gliding down the aisle as the bus pulled to a stop. But they didn't get off. They stopped right next to me. I felt every hair on my body stand up. I didn't look at them, but I could feel the air change the way it gets just before a thunderstorm breaks. Heavy, electric, off. Then softly, I heard her voice. "You've kept us waiting a long time." I turned my head slowly, too slowly, like I was underwater. She was looking right at me. Her eyes weren't blank now. They were knowing, cold and endless, like still water that runs deep enough to drown in. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. "We were told you wouldn't notice us," she said, "that you weren't ready." The man didn't speak, just watched. "Ready for what?" I finally managed to whisper. The woman tilted her head, and the smallest frown pulled at the corners of her mouth. "To understand," she said. And then she walked past me, just like that. The man followed. They got off at the next stop. The doors hissed shut behind them. I sat frozen, unsure if I should follow, scream, run, do anything. Glenn looked at me in the rearview mirror. First time he'd really looked at me in years of riding this bus. "You all right back there?" he asked. I nodded. Lied. Of course I wasn't all right. I got off at my usual stop, but I didn't go into work. I walked around for hours just trying to feel my feet on the ground, trying to remind myself I was still real, still here. But I kept seeing their faces every time I blinked. That night, I checked the drawer where I'd hidden the note. There was something new beside it. A photograph. Old, weathered, curled at the edges like it had been sitting somewhere for years. It showed the inside of a bus, my bus, empty except for one figure in the second row on the left. Me, looking out the window. And in the reflection, they were standing behind me. I didn't know what scared me more, that the photo existed or that I didn't remember it being taken. I turned it over, hoping for something, a date, a mark, anything that could explain how it ended up in my drawer. But it was blank, just aged cardboard, yellowing at the edges. It felt real. Heavy, textured. I ran my thumb across the image, half expecting it to smudge, to vanish like a dream when you try to write it down. It didn't. There I was in the second row, staring out the window with that same blank face I must wear every morning, and behind me, clear as day in the glass, stood the strangers. The man slightly behind the woman, both facing me, not smiling, just watching. I sat on the edge of the bed, holding the photo, feeling something strange start to bloom in my chest, not panic, not even dread anymore. Just this growing certainty that I wasn't driving the car anymore. That I hadn't been for a while. I didn't sleep. Again. When the sun finally started to break through the blinds, I found myself still holding the photograph, still thinking, still sitting in the same spot. Like time had frozen around me, and I was the only thing left to feel it tick by. I made coffee I didn't drink, looked at my phone, but I hadn't missed any calls, no messages. No one had noticed I'd been skipping work, or if they had, no one cared enough to reach out. I wasn't surprised. It's strange how quickly you can disappear from your own life without anyone blinking. I left the apartment around 10 and rode a different bus, Route 84. I didn't have anywhere to go. I just needed to move, to see if they would follow. I sat in the back, jacket zipped to my chin, eyes scanning the passengers one by one. All normal, tired people, phones, coffee cups, no suits, no blank stares, no perfect postures. I rode for an hour, got off in a neighborhood I'd never been to, walked 6 blocks, just to feel the wind in my face, to feel like I still had a body. And for a while, I did feel better. Then I saw it. Another note. This one was taped to a lamppost at the end of the block. Just a scrap of paper, folded once, pinned under clear tape. "You're drifting." That's all it said. No name, no context, just those 2 words. I left it there, walked away fast, too fast probably, like someone running from an accusation they know is true. That afternoon, I tried calling my sister. We don't talk often, but she's the closest thing I have to family. I thought maybe hearing a familiar voice would anchor me. She answered on the second ring. "Hey," I said, my throat dry. "It's me." A pause. "Okay." "Do you remember when I moved into this place?" I asked, cutting right to it. "You helped me carry the boxes, the day it rained." She was quiet for a second. "I've never been to your apartment." My stomach turned. What are you talking about? You helped me put together the kitchen table. I haven't seen you in months, she said. Are you okay? My mouth opened, but I didn't have anything to say. Nothing that wouldn't sound insane. Maybe you should take a break, she added gently. Get some rest. Talk to someone. I'm talking to you, I said, more bitterly than I meant to. She sighed. I mean a professional, Nate. I hung up. I didn't want her voice in my head after that. I didn't want her doubt mixed in with mine. I knew what I'd lived. I knew she had stood in my kitchen, laughed when I dropped a box of mugs. I remembered the thunder outside, the smell of wet cardboard, the takeout we ordered that night. I remembered it, but maybe no one else did. That's what they meant by drifting, wasn't it? The thought sat with me the rest of the day. I didn't go home. I wandered the city instead, riding different buses, slipping into coffee shops and bookstores just long enough to feel anonymous. But that feeling followed me, like a splinter under the skin, the idea that I was slowly becoming invisible, not to strangers but to people who should know me. By the time I got back to my apartment, it was almost midnight. The lights in the hallway were flickering. One was out entirely. I stood in front of my door for a long time, not touching the handle, just listening. Nothing, just the quiet buzz of electricity and the occasional creak of old floorboards. I let myself in. Everything looked normal, except for the photo. It was on the table again. Same image. But now, there was a second version of me in the reflection, standing next to the first one. And in this one, the strangers weren't looking at me anymore. They were looking at him. I stared at it, breath caught in my throat, heart thudding like I'd just run a mile. My hands trembled as I picked it up, turned it over. Same blank back. I sat down, photo in my lap, and whispered into the quiet room, "What do you want from me?" I didn't expect an answer, but I got one. A voice, clear, calm, low-spoken just behind my ear, but impossible to place. "You already know." I turned. Nothing, just my apartment, just the lamp on, the hum of the fridge. But I wasn't alone. I didn't sleep that night either. How could I? Somewhere out there, or maybe not out there anymore, were two people who had followed me for years, unnoticed, silent. And now, they were telling me the clock was winding down. I didn't know what it meant yet, but I believed them. For the first time, I truly believed them. And I think that was the moment things really started to change. I stopped taking the bus. I told myself that was the smart thing to do, that if they couldn't reach me there, maybe they'd forget. Maybe whatever this was would lose momentum. Maybe it was like gravity, it only pulled if I stayed in orbit. So I walked. Miles, in the cold, through alleys, along cracked sidewalks, through neighborhoods I'd never noticed before, even though I'd passed them 100 times. I told work I needed time off, and to my surprise, they didn't ask questions, just told me to feel better soon. feel better. Like this was something a nap and vitamin D could fix. I wasn't sleeping, not really. I'd nod off for minutes at a time, then jolt awake convinced someone was in the room with me. The kind of sleep where you never really let go, where your body stays tense, like it knows something you don't. I started hearing them even when I was awake. Not words, just movement, a shift in the air, like someone was always standing just behind the noise, the hum of the fridge, the rattle of pipes, that little creak the floor makes as it settles. But when I turned, nothing, and yet not nothing. The mirror in my bathroom steamed up when I showered. That's normal. What's not normal is the message that showed up one morning. Not written with a finger, but emerging from the fog itself, like it was always there, just hidden until the glass revealed it. We never left. I stood there in a towel, dripping, staring at those words like they might blink first. The steam faded slowly, and so did the message, gone in under a minute. But it was enough. I started locking every window, leaving the lights on, putting salt across thresholds like I'd read in some old forum post, even though I didn't believe in any of it. I just needed to do something. Then came the photograph. A new one slipped under my door during the night. Same bus, but this time the photo was blurry, motion smudged, and I wasn't in it. I stared at it for a long time, trying to find my shape, my seat, the second row, the usual place. Empty. Everyone else was clear. The man with the Sudoku, the woman with the green mug, Glenn, halfway turned in his seat. But not me. Like I'd been erased. That's when I started thinking about what the woman on the bus had said. We were told you weren't ready. Told by who? Ready for what? I kept turning those words over and over, like maybe if I said them enough they'd open up and tell me something new. And I couldn't stop thinking about the other version of me, the second figure in the bus window, the one in the updated photo, the one they were looking at instead of me. I started to wonder if maybe this had already happened. If maybe this wasn't the beginning, but the middle, or the end. If I'd missed something important a long time ago, and now it was circling back to collect. Late one night, when the silence felt heavier than usual, I pulled out my laptop and opened a blank document. I started writing everything down. Not because I thought anyone would believe me, but because I needed to pin it all to the ground, make it real, make it less likely that it was all just slipping through the cracks in my head. Halfway through, I looked up, and there was someone standing outside my window. Not at the window. Outside the building, on the sidewalk, 6 stories down. I couldn't make out a face, not clearly, but I could see the outline. Long coat, hat, still, too still, like someone waiting for a cue. I closed the laptop and backed away slowly. I didn't sleep that night either. The next day, I made a choice. I went back to the bus. I needed to know. It felt like walking into a memory you know you've tried to forget. Everything looked the same, but sharper. Colors felt too bright, the air too dry. I stepped on board. Glenn gave his usual nod. They were already there. Of course they were. Same back row, same posture, same silence. But this time, I didn't sit near the front. I walked straight down the aisle and sat across from them. They didn't speak. Not right away. Just watched. Finally, the man leaned forward, lacing his fingers together, and said quietly, "You remember more than we expected." I swallowed hard. My mouth was dry. "What are you?" The woman smiled, gently, not cruel, almost kind. Not what, when. I blinked. That doesn't make any sense. She nodded like she expected that response. "You've seen pieces of it already. The reflections, the photos, the notes." The man added, "You thought they were warnings. Aren't they?" The woman shook her head. "They're reminders." I felt my stomach drop. Reminders of what? The bus slowed. A stop I didn't recognize. No one got on, no one got off. The man spoke again. "You died once already, years ago, but it didn't stick." "What?" "You weren't ready," the woman said softly, "but you are now." The bus pulled away from the curb, and something shifted. It wasn't loud, it wasn't violent, but everything felt lighter, as if the whole world had just let out a breath I didn't know it was holding. I looked out the window. Nothing was familiar anymore. Not the buildings, not the streets, not the people walking by. Like we'd crossed into somewhere else entirely. I turned back to them. They were gone. The seats were empty. I was alone on the bus, except for Glenn. And when I looked up at him through the mirror, he was smiling. For the first time ever, I wanted to believe I'd imagined the smile. That Glenn wasn't actually grinning in the mirror, that the corners of his mouth hadn't curled up just enough to turn familiar into wrong. But I saw it. I know I did. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't anything close to human warmth. It was a knowing look like he was in on something I wasn't. I kept my eyes on him all the way to the next stop. When the doors opened, I thought maybe everything would reset, that I'd step off into the street I recognized, shake off the fog, and this whole thing would start making sense again. But the world outside wasn't the one I knew. It looked like my city at first glance. The layout was close, the storefronts vaguely familiar, but the colors were muted, the shapes slightly wrong. It was like someone had recreated it from memory, and they'd gotten most of the details right, but not all. And there were no people. Not one. The streets were empty. No cars passed by, no lights in the windows, no sounds but the low hum of the bus engine behind me. I didn't get off. I stood there on the steps, halfway between the bus and this hollow version of my life, and I froze. Something deep in me, something older than logic, told me that if I stepped into that silence, I wouldn't come back. So I stayed on. Glenn didn't say a word. He closed the doors and kept driving. I don't know how long we drove. It felt like time was unraveling, like minutes stopped meaning anything. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to speak. "What is this place?" Glenn didn't answer, not right away. Then, without taking his eyes off the road, he said, "You should have paid attention sooner." His voice was different. Not in pitch, in tone, detached, like he wasn't really in control of it. I sat back down, heart racing, hands clenched. I thought about everything that had happened up to now, the notes, the photos, the whispers, the reflection of a version of me that shouldn't exist. And that word, reminders. Of what? That I'm dead? That I was supposed to be? Number that didn't make sense. I was still breathing, still thinking, still here. But maybe that's the part I didn't understand. Maybe here was the problem. I stood and walked toward Glenn slowly, bracing myself against the seats as the bus rocked beneath me. "What am I supposed to do?" I asked him. "Why me?" He didn't look at me. "You stepped off the path." "What does that mean?" "You were given more time," he said, "but you didn't use it." My throat tightened. More time for what? To remember. I stared at him, searching his profile for any hint of the man I used to see every morning. The quiet driver with one AirPod and a permanent frown. But that person wasn't behind the wheel now. Something else was. The bus turned onto a narrow road I'd never seen before. Tall trees flanked either side, leaning in close like they were eavesdropping. The branches scraped the windows, slow and deliberate, like fingers dragging along the glass. I looked down the aisle. The back row was no longer empty. The strangers were there again. But this time, they weren't looking at me. They were looking at someone else. Me. The other me. The one I'd seen in the photograph. Same coat, same shoes, same tired eyes. He didn't move, didn't blink, just sat perfectly still in my usual seat, second row, left side by the window. And when he turned, slowly, to face me, I didn't see shock or confusion in his expression. I saw disappointment, like he'd expected more from me. I stumbled backward, grabbing onto the handrail. "What is this?" I said. "What the hell is going on?" The woman stood first. Her movements were fluid, effortless. The man followed. They walked down the aisle without a sound. The other me stood as they reached his seat. He stepped aside for them, and they passed right through him, not like ghosts, like mist parting around a stone. Then they turned to me. The woman spoke. "You've seen all the signs, heard all the warnings. We can't follow you forever." The man added, "We've kept your seat open." I shook my head. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't." "You stayed," the woman said gently. "That was your answer." My legs felt weak. I dropped into the nearest seat, trying to breathe, trying to anchor myself in the feeling of the fabric under my palms, the slight rattle of the window, the faint smell of oil and old vinyl. "You still think this is about punishment?" she said. "It's not?" I asked, my voice small. It's about resolution, the man said. For what? For what you did, the woman replied, and for what you refused to do after. I searched their faces for meaning, for memory, for anything I could latch onto, but there was nothing, just the heavy sense that the truth was there, inches away, but I didn't want to look directly at it. And that's when I remembered something. A moment I hadn't thought about in years. The intersection near 8th and Logan. The red light. The phone buzzing in the passenger seat. And the shadow that darted out into the road just as I looked down. The screech of tires. The silence afterward. The police said it wasn't my fault. No witnesses, no cameras. But I remembered now. The girl, 6, maybe 7, a red jacket, running after something, maybe a dog, maybe nothing. I never found out. I left. I didn't stop. I told myself I imagined it, that I'd braked in time, but I didn't check. I just drove. The strangers watched me quietly as it all came back, one sickening detail at a time. You were supposed to face it, the man said. But you buried it instead, the woman finished. I felt the bus slow. The trees parted. And in the distance, I saw another version of the city. But this one wasn't empty. People walked the streets. Cars moved. Lights blinked in windows. It looked like life. Normal, busy, indifferent life. The woman gestured toward it. You can still get off, she said. But not as the man you were. I looked down at my hands. They looked the same, but they weren't. I wasn't, and I knew, without being told, that if I stepped off this time, I wouldn't come back to the same world. Because the version of me who had ignored that moment, who had spent years pretending it hadn't happened, he was done. The next step was mine. The bus stopped. No sound, no hiss of air brakes, just a soft final stillness, the kind you feel more than here. I didn't move. Outside the window, life carried on. A street I half recognized shimmered in the late afternoon light. People walked briskly, heads down, caught in errands or thoughts or routines. Cars passed. Doors opened and shut. The world didn't care that I'd just come face to face with a version of myself I didn't want to know. It was the indifference that hit hardest. The woman spoke again, voice quiet but steady. You don't have to carry it anymore. I wanted to ask what it was, but I knew it was the silence. The decision I made not to stop that night, the way I told myself it hadn't happened. The way I buried the memory like a body and just kept driving forward, like it was something I could outrun. The guilt had been with me for years, hiding just beneath everything. I hadn't known its shape until now, but I'd always felt its weight. I turned toward them, toward the strangers who had been following me. Why now? I asked. Why not sooner? The man looked at me like he already knew what I was going to say next. You weren't ready to remember. But I did, I said. I remembered. So what happens now? He didn't answer. Neither did the woman. The seat across from me, the one where the other me had been, was empty now. Not just vacant, but wiped clean, like whoever had been there had never existed. I looked at the city again, through the window. It looked ordinary, comforting even, familiar but distant, like an old photograph of a place you used to love, but can't quite place anymore. I stood slowly. My legs were stiff, like I'd aged in that seat. I turned to Glenn, who hadn't moved since the last stop. His eyes were still on the road, even though there was nowhere left to go. "Is this it?" I asked. He didn't blink. "Up to you." I looked back once more at the strangers. They were still seated, side by side, hands folded neatly in their laps. "If I get off, what happens to you?" The woman tilted her head, almost kindly. "We follow the next one." "The next what?" "The next person who drifts." The bus went quiet again. I stepped toward the doors. They opened without a sound. I stood at the edge of the steps, one foot hovering in the space between then and now, between the self I'd been and whoever I might be after this. And I stepped down. The air outside was warm, soft, the sun low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the pavement. No one looked at me, not one of the passers-by. I was just another body in motion, another shape among many. It felt grounding, comforting even. I turned, half expecting the bus to disappear the moment I looked away. But it didn't. It was still there. Same bus, same number, same faded paint and worn tires. But through the windows, it was empty. Glenn, the strangers, my seat, gone. The bus pulled away, slow and smooth, and turned down a side street I didn't recognize. Then it was out of sight. I stood on the sidewalk for a long time, let the city move around me. Eventually, I started walking. No plan, no direction, just forward. The sounds of the world came back slowly, horns in the distance, a dog barking, a teenager laughing into a phone. Life. I turned a corner and saw something strange. A church I recognized, but it wasn't where it should be. A coffee shop with a name I didn't remember, even though the inside looked familiar. My feet led me to a street I swore I knew, but none of the street signs matched. The world had been rebuilt, slightly, subtly, and I understood somehow that this wasn't the same place I'd left behind. It wasn't punishment. It wasn't exile. It was after. Not heaven, not hell. Just another version. One where the weight had shifted. I passed a small park. A group of kids played tag near the swings. A woman pushed a stroller. A man on a bench flipped through a paperback. Everything looked so normal it hurt. I sat down on a nearby bench and let the feeling wash over me. And then I saw her. A little girl standing near the jungle gym. Red jacket. Black shoes. Same height. Same dark hair tied in 2 neat braids. She was holding a stuffed dog, dirty, well-loved, just like the one I'd seen bounce into the street all those years ago. My chest tightened. She looked at me. Not long, just a glance. Then she turned and ran to join the others. I closed my eyes. When I opened them, she was gone. That night, I went home, or what felt like home. The key still worked. My name was still on the mailbox, but the apartment inside was different, brighter. Like someone had opened a few windows and aired out the ghosts. The photos on the wall were new. I didn't remember taking them, but they were mine. The kitchen table, the one I swore I built with my sister's help, was still there. But when I opened the drawer, I found a note tucked neatly inside. Just one sentence, written in clean, narrow handwriting. "You made it off the bus." I sat down, the note in my hand, and breathed deeply, fully. For the first time in years, whatever came next, I was ready. Because I had remembered, and because I had chosen to step down. The days after I got off the bus felt slow, but not in a bad way. Not like before. It was the kind of slow you feel when you've been moving too fast for too long and you finally stop. Like your mind has to recalibrate to silence. Like your body doesn't know what to do with peace. I'd never realized how much noise I had been carrying inside, around me, woven into every routine. I woke up the next morning to sunlight bleeding in through the blinds. No dreams, no whispers, just quiet. And for the first time in years, I didn't dread it. The city felt different now, but I'd accepted that. It wasn't mine exactly, but it wasn't foreign either. It was a version. A mirror held at just the right angle to show me what I'd missed. There were people who seemed familiar, but when I tried to place them, the memory would shift like sand in my hand. And I didn't chase it. I let it be. Some things are meant to be remembered in pieces. I started walking everywhere again, not to run from anything, but because I wanted to look, to really see. It's strange how easily you can pass through your life without noticing the details. The way trees lean into each other, the chipped paint on the corner bodega, the way strangers nod when they catch your eye, like some part of them recognizes that you're both real. I watched the buses too. Not every day, just often enough. Sometimes I'd see Route 111 roll past. The number would flicker on the screen up front, same as it always had. And for a brief moment, I'd hold my breath, watching the windows, waiting. But they never came back. Not the strangers, not Glenn, not the version of me who used to sit in that second row seat, shoulders hunched, headphones in, trying to disappear. That man was gone, and I was okay with that. A few weeks after I stepped off the bus, I walked into a support center on the south side. I didn't plan to. I was just wandering and saw the sign. Community grief counseling. Free walk-ins. I stood outside the door for a long time before I pushed it open. The woman at the desk didn't ask questions. She just smiled, handed me a form, and told me to take my time. I didn't fill out most of it, just my name. And under reason for visit, I wrote, for something I saw, for something I did, for someone I didn't stop. I didn't know what I expected from the first session. Confession, forgiveness, answers. What I got was a room with 2 chairs and a man named Dorian, who looked like he'd been tired for a very long time, but in a way that made him patient. He didn't push me to talk, he just waited. And when I started, it wasn't the whole story, not at first, just fragments, feelings, a bus, a pair of eyes that never blinked, a moment in traffic I never truly faced. I didn't mention the words strangers or reflections. I didn't say anything about Glenn. It would have sounded too strange out loud, too far from what people expect grief or guilt to look like. But Dorian listened anyway. And something about that made space in me. Slowly, session by session, I started filling in the blanks. I talked about the girl, how I didn't stop, how I let myself believe that if no one saw it, it hadn't happened. Dorian didn't call me a monster. He didn't pity me either. He just nodded, sometimes scribbled something on a notepad, but mostly he let me talk. And that helped. It helped more than I ever expected. A month after that, I found myself outside the school near my old apartment, not for any reason. I was walking again, and my feet led me there. It was recess. Kids shouting, laughing, chasing each other around like their joy had nowhere to land. And then I saw her. A little girl in a red coat, sitting alone near the fence, talking to her stuffed dog like it was the only one who listened. I froze. For a second, I thought it was her. But when she looked up, she had blue eyes, not brown, and a gap between her teeth that made her grin crooked and bright. Not the girl from the road. A different girl, but still someone. She waved. I hesitated, then waved back. That night, I wrote her name down, not the girl at the school, the other one, the one I never stopped for. I didn't know it at the time. I never asked, never waited for sirens or names, but somehow I think I always knew. I wrote it down. I lit a candle, and I said it out loud. It didn't fix anything. It didn't bring her back, but it mattered. Saying it mattered. I think that's what the strangers were waiting for all along. Not fear, not regret, but acknowledgement. Some pain you can't bury, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to carry it, learn how to walk differently with it, how to talk through it, how to stop letting it shape your whole damn life. And eventually, how to set it down. Not forget, but stop pretending it never happened. One night, I stood at my window and looked down at the street, the same way I had so many times before. And there, parked quietly at the curb, was the bus. Route 111. No driver. No passengers. Just waiting. I didn't go down. I didn't need to. Instead, I stood there for a while, one hand on the glass, watching it. And when it finally pulled away, fading into the dark like a memory, I smiled. A real one. Because I'd already stepped off. And I wasn't going back. The first message came at 2:41 a.m. I remember because I heard the ping while I was half asleep, face down in my pillow, phone still plugged in on my nightstand. I almost ignored it, but the second ping came fast, then a third. I reached over bleary-eyed and opened the screen. The quiet room, 7 members. I didn't recognize the group name or the number that added me. It didn't even look like a real number, just a string of symbols and letters. Everyone else in the chat had the same blank profile picture, like generic silhouettes, no names, no bios. The first message just said, "Welcome." Then a second, "You have secrets, we know them." I thought it was some dumb spam thing, maybe a joke, but I didn't leave the chat right away. I was too curious. Half of me figured it was someone from school messing around. Then another message dropped in. "Should we start with Tasha?" My chest tightened. That's my name. I typed back, "Who is this?" No one responded. Instead, a photo appeared. It was blurry at first, then I realized it was me. In my bedroom. Taken through my window. I sat up so fast I nearly knocked my lamp over. The picture wasn't from earlier that day. It wasn't old. It was that night. I was wearing the same sweatshirt. My curtains weren't fully drawn. The picture was from outside the house. Someone had been there. I texted again, this time all caps, "Is this a joke?" Someone else finally responded. Not a name, just user 3. "No jokes here, you're up first." And then another message followed. "Tell your best friend what you said about her, or we do it for you." It was like my brain short-circuited. I started typing back 100 questions, trying to figure out if it was Lily messing with me or someone from class. I kept thinking, how do they know this? The only time I'd ever said anything bad about Lily was in a voice message. I deleted it, never sent it. I didn't tell anyone else, but I did save it. I checked my files. It was gone. I barely slept. The next morning, I figured maybe I dreamed it, until I opened the group chat again and saw 5 new messages waiting. Another photo, this time from school. A shot of my locker being opened. Better talk fast. That day, I pulled Lily aside in the bathroom and told her everything, not just the group chat. I told her what I said. How I was mad, and I'd said something I didn't mean, and that I never planned on her hearing it. She cried. Didn't say much. Walked out of the stall and didn't talk to me for the rest of the day. Later that night, the chat sent me a single message. Good, you're learning. Then, a new notification. User 8 has joined the chat. I clicked the group info. Another silhouette. Blank. But I recognized the number. It was Jordan. One of the quieter guys in our grade, mostly kept to himself. Not weird, just private, smart, always on his phone, never really talking. He messaged privately. Did they do this to you too? I replied, yeah, do you know who they are? He didn't respond right away. Then, don't try to leave. It gets worse if you try to leave. I didn't know what that meant, but it didn't sit right. That night, I tried to remove myself from the group anyway. It didn't work. The app froze, then shut down. When I reopened it, the chat was still there. A new message blinked at the bottom. Nice try. Followed by a link. I didn't click it at first, but curiosity got the better of me. It opened a Google Doc. Inside, a transcript of messages between me and someone I'd been talking to secretly. Messages I'd deleted. Messages I thought no one ever saw. I couldn't breathe. The next morning, Jordan wasn't at school. I asked around. Nobody knew where he was. Teachers said he was out sick, but his locker was cleaned out by the end of the day. That night, the chat went quiet for hours. Then the next message hit. Tasha completed her task. Jordan did not. 3 chances. Fail again, and your face will be next. Under that, a screenshot of me from a video call taken without me knowing. My face in mid-sentence, looking off-screen. I covered the front-facing camera with a sticky note. I didn't know what else to do. When I checked the member list again, Jordan's name was gone. Not just removed, erased, like he'd never been there. That weekend, I saw Lily at a coffee shop. She didn't look mad anymore, just tired. She came over and sat next to me without saying anything. Then she opened her phone and showed me something. Her own chat. Same name, The Quiet Room. Same blank profiles. She scrolled through the messages. Her first dare, break into the nurse's office and steal a file. She hadn't done it yet. She didn't know how. I felt sick. That's when we realized it wasn't just a group. It was a game. Someone was pulling strings, watching, listening, punishing. It didn't feel like a prank anymore. It felt like we were being tested. And I wasn't sure we were supposed to win. The thing that scared me most wasn't the messages, or the photos, or even the dares. It was how normal everything still looked on the outside. My mom was still making dinner. My teachers were still handing out pop quizzes. My friends were still laughing in the cafeteria like the world hadn't cracked open underneath us. But in that group chat, things kept getting worse. By Monday morning, there were 11 members. I didn't recognize all of them. A couple were kids from other grades. One girl I barely knew. Samantha had moved away 2 years ago. But she was back, or at least her name was. Her icon was different, not a silhouette, just the letter S in a pink circle. I didn't want to ask questions in the chat. Every time someone spoke up too much, they got punished or disappeared. So I texted Lily again privately. Me, who's Samantha? Lily, she used to be in my art class. Me, she's in the chat now. Lily, yeah, I saw. Lily, do you think they're adding people who left, who failed? I didn't answer right away. My hands were cold. Later that day, in the library, I overheard a junior whispering to another kid about a rumor. Something about a list. Names being pulled from school servers. I leaned in without meaning to, pretending to browse books. They didn't notice me. They said it's all from the app. What app? I don't know. Some AI thing a student built a few years ago. Got shut down after he got expelled. I stopped breathing. My phone buzzed. One new message. Today's task, 12 hours. Tasha. I tapped it open with shaky fingers. Send us your math teacher's house key, or we send your parents the folder. There was no explanation of what folder, no link, but I knew what they meant. Something old, something I thought I'd buried last year, a series of chats I'd had on a private school laptop. I'd gotten close with someone online, thought I was being smart about hiding it, but the chat had gone weird, inappropriate. I shut it down, deleted everything. Apparently, not everything. I didn't know how they even had it. I stared at the screen, my mind racing. Mr. Vance, our math teacher, lived near the school. He kept a ring of spare keys in his desk drawer. I'd seen him open it. There was one labeled Back Gate Vive. Stealing it would be easy, too easy. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to be part of this. But the group chat had a way of making you forget about what you wanted. I waited until 6th period, then faked needing the bathroom. I slipped into the math room, unlocked with a key I'd borrowed earlier that week for tutoring. The drawer was right where I remembered. The key was still there. I took it, snapped a picture, put it back, sent the photo to the chat. For a while, nothing happened. Then a single thumbs up emoji. I felt like I could breathe again, but only for a minute. That night, a new member was added. User 12, Vance. No profile picture, just the name. The entire chat froze. No one typed, not even the usual users who sometimes sent cryptic emojis or GIFs. We all watched. Then the messages started. Vance, why do you know where I live? Vance, who told you to come here? Vance, it's in the trees. I saw it. I saw it. Someone replied. I think it was one of the newer members, maybe Evan from theater. Even dude what? Vance, don't follow the lights. Then silence. The icon disappeared. Vance removed. I threw my phone across the room. It hit my comforter and bounced harmlessly to the floor. I curled up and tried to convince myself none of this was real, that it was an elaborate prank, that the messages were just scripts and I was part of some ARG or school-wide experiment. But I couldn't lie to myself anymore. They knew too much. The next morning, I found Lily outside the band room. She looked awful, pale, shaky, eyes rimmed with red. They made me follow someone home, she said. What? She didn't even blink. Some freshman. I had to record him walking, prove I was behind him the whole time. I sent it, and they didn't even reply. That's it? She nodded. But when I got home, someone had been in my room. My window was cracked. My laptop was open. She rubbed her arms like she couldn't get warm. We have to do something, I said. Talk to a teacher, the police. They won't believe us. They will if we show them the chat. No, Tasha, don't you get it? Her voice dropped. This isn't a chat. It's a system. It deletes itself. The messages disappear the second someone screenshots. The app changes its name every day. You can't even Google it. I stared at her. How do you know all this? She hesitated, then whispered, because I tried. I didn't know what to say. Every time I thought we were close to understanding, the ground shifted again. That night, something new happened. A message popped up, not in the chat on my lock screen. Not a number. Just one word, outside. I ran to the window. At first, nothing. Then movement. A figure stood across the street, half hidden behind a street light. Not moving, just standing, holding a phone. I turned away from the window and texted the only person I could think of. Me, Jordan, are you still here? I wasn't expecting a reply, but I got one. Jordan, barely. Jordan, don't trust the users with real names. Jordan, they're not like us. Jordan, some of them are part of it now. My hands were shaking. Me, part of what? Jordan, the dev's watching. Jordan, he calls it punishment logic. Jordan, he thinks this is justice. Jordan, he's building something bigger. Jordan, and we're all test cases. Then his name went gray. Jordan left the chat, but I knew he didn't. He just became the next lesson. I didn't go to school the next day. I told my mom I had a stomach bug, which wasn't even a full lie. My whole body felt off. Not sick exactly, but wrong, like something inside me had been stretched too thin. I kept looking at my phone even though I didn't want to. Every time the screen lit up, my chest tightened. The quiet room hadn't sent anything new overnight. But that wasn't a good sign. It meant they were waiting. Watching. I scrolled through my texts again, searching for Jordan's last messages, like maybe I'd missed something. I hadn't. He said not to trust the users with real names, that the developer was still out there, still in the system, watching us all like we were experiments. I opened the group chat, heart thudding. 12 members, still. But something was different. User 9, who'd always been just a blank icon and number, now had a name. B. I didn't know a B, not at school, not online, and the second I clicked on her icon, my whole phone glitched. The screen flickered, then went black for 2 seconds before rebooting itself. It didn't even give me time to process it. I tossed the phone onto my bed and stepped back like it might explode. Then I heard the chime. Not a notification ping. The chime from our front door camera. I ran downstairs. My mom was vacuuming in the den and didn't notice when I checked the front door. No one was there, but the camera app on her iPad was open, and I tapped it. There was a package on the porch. Just a small cardboard box, no address, no postage. I opened the door, grabbed it, and brought it inside like an idiot. The tape was already slit, like whoever dropped it off wanted me to open it right then. Inside was a thumb drive and a note written in shaky block letters. You've been promoted. I dropped it. I didn't even touch the drive. I just stared at it sitting on the floor next to my socked feet, wondering if plugging it in would be the thing that broke me. I left it in the kitchen drawer and went back upstairs. When I checked the group chat again, there were new messages. B, good job, Tasha. You've moved up. B, you're the reason Jordan got caught. I felt like I was going to be sick. Me, I didn't do anything. B, you spoke to him. B, that's enough. B, he failed his final test. B, you passed yours. Then, new task. Go to the school's AV room. Find the locker with your name on it. Open it. Don't take too long. I had never even been in the AV room. I stared at the screen for a long time. Me, I'm not doing it. A few minutes passed. Then they sent a photo. It was my mom. In the grocery store. Today. Same sweater she was wearing when I left the kitchen. Taken from maybe 20 feet away, just behind a stack of cereal boxes. Then a second photo, her car parked in the lot. Then one word. Decide. I decided. I got dressed, put my phone in my pocket and walked to school. I told myself I wasn't going to do anything. I was just going to see if it was real, if there was a locker with my name. That's all. The side door was unlocked. Someone had taped the latch open. I stepped inside and moved fast, head down, hoodie up. The AV room was at the end of the east hallway, next to the drama department. It always smelled like old wires and burnt popcorn. I opened the door slowly, empty. Just rows of shelves and equipment lockers. And right in the middle, one locker with a neon green post-it stuck to it. My name. I hesitated, then opened it. Inside was an envelope. Nothing else. I grabbed it and left as fast as I could. I didn't open the envelope until I was back in my room. Inside were 3 things. A Polaroid of Lily taken at night. She was walking down our street, hoodie on, looking behind her like she'd heard something. A USB stick labeled Confessions in red marker. And a second note. You have 24 hours to give her the drive, or she disappears. I stared at it for a long time. Lily hadn't told me everything, that was clear now. And whatever was on this drive, they wanted her to see it, but through me. They wanted to use me to destroy her. That night, I didn't sleep. Instead, I opened my laptop and plugged the drive in. It had one folder, recordings. Inside, 6 video files, all different dates, all labeled with Lily's initials. I clicked the first. It was from a classroom, grainy security cam footage. Lily and another girl I didn't recognize, standing by the back window, talking. They didn't know they were being recorded. The audio was fuzzy, but you could make out parts of it. The girl was crying. Lily wasn't. I watched all 6. By the time I finished, I knew what they wanted me to do, what they thought I would do. But I wasn't going to give her the drive. Not yet. Instead, I called her. No answer. I texted, "Can we talk? It's important. Not chat related. Just you and me, please." 10 minutes later, she responded. Lily, backstairs at the rec center, 8 p.m. No one else. I got there early, waited behind the dumpsters, heart hammering. When she finally showed, her hoodie was up and her eyes looked tired. "I know they sent you something," she said before I even opened my mouth. I nodded. "You too?" "Yeah," she said, rubbing her arm. "They want to tear us apart. That's how they win. Make us fight. Make us distrust everyone." I pulled the drive from my pocket. "They want me to give you this." She stared at it, then shook her head. "Burn it." "What?" "Whatever's on there, it's not real. Or it is, but it's twisted, old, out of context. They're using our worst days to control us." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a matchbook. "I brought these, just in case." We walked down to the edge of the lake behind the rec center. There was a fire pit there, unused and rusted. We lit the match, dropped the drive in, watched it melt and curl like it was alive. For the first time in days, I felt something lift. But when I got home, a message was waiting. No words, just a new group name. The final room, 5 members. And underneath it, a countdown timer. 12 hours. The last test had begun. The countdown haunted me. 12 hours ticking down in red numbers that stayed on my screen even when I closed the app. I restarted my phone. Hard reset. Nothing worked. It just kept ticking, mocking me, daring me to pretend it wasn't real. The final room, 5 members. There were fewer people now, only 5 of us. Everyone else had either vanished or been kicked out, or worse. I didn't know what happened to Jordan. I didn't know if B was real. I barely knew who I was anymore. Lily was still in, but she hadn't answered any of my texts since the night we burned the drive. I didn't blame her. Part of me thought she was protecting me by going dark. The other part thought maybe they had gotten to her. I didn't sleep. Couldn't. I lay on my bed staring at the glowing red timer, counting down second by second. At 3:29 a.m., another message arrived. "Task, pick one, save them, the others will disappear." Then a screen opened up. 4 names. Lily. Carlos, a kid from debate I barely knew. Amanda, one of the girls who joined the chat last week. She hadn't said a word since. And me. Below it, choose. If you don't, we will. I stared at it. Felt like vomiting. Me, what does that mean? No answer. I looked again at the names. My thumb hovered over them. Lily had risked everything to meet me, to destroy the drive. She had burned evidence they probably would have used against her for months. She could have saved herself, but she didn't. Carlos, I didn't know him well, but he was smart, quiet, probably scared out of his mind. Amanda, I had no idea, but that's what made it worse. How do you choose between a friend, a stranger, and yourself? The app pinged again. 5 minutes left. Choose, or everyone loses. I wanted to scream, to throw the phone across the room and never pick it up again, but I couldn't. I couldn't risk losing all of them. So I picked Lily. I pressed her name, watched the screen flicker, and then Lily, saved. Carlos, removed. Amanda, removed. Tasha, safe. For now. My vision blurred. I dropped the phone onto my blanket and covered my face. I didn't cry. I just shut down. 20 minutes later, Lily texted. Lily, something's wrong. I just got an address. Did you get one? I didn't. Me, what address? Lily, some warehouse near the old mill. They said, final gathering. Me, do not go. Lily, I think it's over, Tasha. I think this is it. They said the dev will be there. The dev. The person who built this nightmare. The one watching us through screens, phones, cameras, files. The one who knew what we were afraid of and used it like a knife. No, it's a trap. Lily, probably, but I'm done hiding. Me, you can't go alone. No response. I threw on a hoodie and sneakers, grabbed my keys, and left without even telling my mom. My hands shook the whole drive. The warehouse was only 15 minutes away, but it felt like hours. I passed the old steel mill, the kind of place that looked haunted even in broad daylight, let alone now under a sky smeared with clouds. The warehouse was behind a chain-link fence with a for sale sign on the gate. The lock was already open. My stomach dropped. Inside, it was dead quiet. I stepped in through the side entrance. The place smelled like dust and oil. My flashlight cut through the dark, slicing past rusted shelves and stacked crates. Then I saw her. Lily, standing near the center of the floor. She turned when she heard me, her eyes wide. You followed me? Of course I did, I said. What were you thinking? I just needed to see it, she said. I needed to see if they were real. I looked around. Are they? She nodded. Then a voice came through the speaker system, warped and low. Welcome, finalists. The lights flickered on. There were cameras everywhere, mounted on walls, taped to beams, at least a dozen lenses aimed directly at us. And then we saw him. Not in person, on a screen at the far end of the warehouse. A teenager, maybe 17, sitting in a chair, hoodie up, fingers steepled. I know you, Lily whispered. It hit me too. He wasn't just the dev. He used to go to our school 2 years ago, expelled after an incident. Rumors said he'd tried to set the media lab on fire. Others said he'd been bullied so badly he'd stopped speaking. Nobody really knew. But here he was. You made us do this? I shouted. He tilted his head. No, you made yourselves. I just provided the rules. What do you want from us? I want you to feel what I felt every day when people laughed at me, pretended I didn't exist, when they leaked my photos, stole my messages, played my voice on the intercom. This isn't justice, Lily said. It's torture. No, he said calmly. It's balance. The screens began to flicker. Images of us. Photos, videos, chats, audio files. All the things he had collected. All the secrets. All the pain. This is your last chance, he said. One of you walks away with a clean record. The other takes the fall for everything. You choose. Lily and I looked at each other. And I knew, without saying anything, what we had to do. We turned back to the screen. I choose me, I said. I choose me, Lily echoed. Silence. The dev blinked. You don't get to cheat the game, he growled. But we didn't answer. We turned our backs and walked out of the warehouse. The cameras followed us all the way to the exit. And when we stepped into the cold night air, our phones buzzed one last time. The quiet room has ended. Just like that. Gone. No messages, no threats, no members. Just an empty app. We drove home in silence. No sirens, no mysterious cars, just the long road back. We didn't speak about it. Not right away. But when we finally did, it wasn't about revenge or fear or guilt. It was about surviving. And how, somehow, we had. You'd think once the group chat disappeared, we'd feel relief. That's what we thought too. The ride home from the warehouse that night was dead quiet. Lily and I didn't talk, didn't even look at each other. It was one of those silences that felt heavier than shouting. Not tense, exactly just exhausted. Our brains were full of what-ifs, and we were both too scared to say any of them out loud. But relief never really came. Not fully. Not the next day, or the day after, and definitely not when the school week started and people started whispering. Jordan never came back. Neither did Amanda. Carlos was apparently still enrolled, but no one had seen him since midweek. That kind of thing doesn't just go unnoticed in a small school. People ask questions. Teachers chalk it up to illness, family emergencies, personal leave. But we knew the truth, or some version of it. And still, we didn't say a word. We'd made a pact that night, Lily and I. No cops, no teachers, no one. Not until we understood what really happened. Not until we could prove it without sounding completely insane. But that didn't mean the fear disappeared. I kept expecting it all to come back. The messages, the tasks, the blinking red timer. Even with the app gone, I still checked my phone obsessively, half expecting it to light up at 3:14 a.m. like always. But it never did. Instead, it was little things that started happening. Paranoia doesn't hit you all at once. It creeps in through the cracks. Like the time I walked past the library and swore I saw Bee's face reflected in the glass. She looked straight at me through the window, but when I turned around, no one was there. Or how my laptop started overheating at night, not just warm, scorching. Once I opened it and found all the tabs I'd closed had been reopened. And not just websites, I'm talking personal files. Old notes, deleted drafts, one file I hadn't touched since freshman year. It had been edited. There was one sentence at the bottom. Don't forget who built the room. I took a photo of it. But the next morning, it was gone. The file name had vanished from my system. I called Lily. Has anything weird happened with your tech? She paused for a second too long. Yeah, my Alexa keeps turning on in the middle of the night, just static, like it's trying to play something but can't connect. You think it's him? I think he never left. We both went quiet. After a few seconds, she added, You saw those other screens at the warehouse, right? What do you mean? On the wall behind the one with his face, there were more, blinking, cycling, like other chats, other quiet rooms. The bottom dropped out of my stomach. He wasn't just watching us, she said. He was watching everyone. I didn't want to believe it. I wanted to pretend we'd escaped, that we'd beaten the system and made it out. But deep down, I knew Lily was right. The quiet room wasn't some isolated horror story. It was a prototype. A test run. And we'd passed. Or maybe failed. Hard to say. That week, we started digging, quietly, at the school library, at the public one even. We wanted to know more about the kid who built the app, Travis Langford, expelled 2 years ago. Accused of hacking into the school's grading system, though that was never confirmed. He'd been reported for disturbing behavior by 3 different students and 1 teacher. But no charges ever stuck. Just expulsion, silence, disappearance. He wasn't even on social media, like he'd vanished. The only thing we found was a cached version of an old website, a blog maybe, or a personal project page. Most of the links were dead, but one still worked. A manifesto, 6 paragraphs long. The page was titled, "The Code is Law." It read like the diary of someone who had been ignored for too long, someone who wanted control, not revenge exactly, but something colder, clinical. Like he was building a system that would fix what the world had broken in him. One line stood out. People only learn when the walls are quiet and the lights are off. That's when truth gets loud. I wrote it down. Lily just stared at the screen, arms folded across her chest. "What if this wasn't about us?" she said. "What if we were just one node? One what? One test case, part of a network." That thought didn't sit right, or maybe it sat too well. It explained the timing, the escalation, the silence, the vanishing. Everything. A week later, we got a message. Not through the app. Through email. No sender, no subject line, no attachments. Just a single line of text. "You left the door open." I shut my laptop. Lily called 10 minutes later. She got the same message. We agreed to meet up that night. Same place, rec center stairs. This time, we weren't alone. Another girl was there. A junior named Priya. We'd seen her around school, never spoken. She held up her phone when she saw us. "I got it too," she said. Lily looked at me. And I knew. This was starting again. Not from scratch. From somewhere deeper. Someone or something was still inside. Still watching. Still running tests. I went home that night with a pit in my stomach. I turned off my phone, disconnected my laptop, pulled the plug on everything I could. But around 2 a.m., the power went out. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. My room was pitch black, too quiet. Then I heard it. The softest ping. Not from my phone. From something under my bed. I reached down slowly. My fingers brushed cold plastic. A burner phone. Not mine. It lit up in my hand. No apps, no icons, just one open message. "Final round begins soon." I dropped it like it burned me. But I already knew. This wasn't over. It had never really ended. The morning after the burner phone showed up, I sat on my front porch with it in my hands, debating whether to smash it or power it off or throw it into traffic. I didn't do any of that. I just stared at it, at the message still glowing on the screen. Final round begins soon. I wasn't scared the way I had been weeks ago. I was tired. Not just the no-sleep kind of tired, but the deeper kind. The kind that sinks into your chest and makes every little decision feel heavier than it should. I called Lily. She answered after one ring. No hello, no pretense. "You got the phone too, didn't you?" I asked. "Yeah," she said. "Same message?" "Yep." Silence. Then, "I think we need to finish it. For real this time." I didn't ask what finish meant. We were on the same page. We'd been on the same page since the warehouse, maybe before. That afternoon we met up with Priya again, the junior who had also gotten the message. We gathered at the library, a weird kind of war room vibe, except instead of planning attacks, we were just trying to figure out where this thing lived. Not the phone, not the group chat, the system. The person behind it, because someone had to be running this. We pulled every bit of research we had on Travis Langford. Old blog posts, forum accounts, interviews with former students. He had disappeared off-grid, but we found references to a prototype he'd worked on during his time in the AV club, something called Mirror Room. Not a chat app. Not just a surveillance system. It was described as an empathy simulator, a way to help people feel the way others felt, through controlled fear and personalized digital immersion. It wasn't about revenge. It was about making people understand. "What if this was never about us failing?" Priya asked. "What if the end game was us figuring it out?" "Then why the threats?" I said. "Why the blackmail, the stalking, the people who disappeared?" "I think some of them were real," Lily said, "and some were just signals, ways to force a reaction, but this," she pointed at the research, "this feels like a final exam." "And what happens if we fail?" I asked. No one answered. That night we decided to trace the burner phone. Not just its origin, its signal. Priya knew someone, a coding kid a year above us, named Raphael, who had done security projects for local businesses. He was cautious, but agreed to help when he saw the phone and the message. "Where did you get this?" he asked. We just said, "We need to find who sent it." He plugged the phone into his laptop, ran some tracing tools, and within minutes, his face changed. "This isn't just routed through VPNs," he said. "It's pinging off local school servers. The IP addresses are tied to your district's internal cloud." "What does that mean?" I asked. He turned the laptop toward us. "It means whoever's running this isn't some guy in a basement across the country. It's someone here, close, with access." Then he pulled up a list of ping logs, and one location stood out. Westfield High School, server room B. Our school. The countdown wasn't about a threat. It was an invitation. At 11:47 p.m., Lily and I met behind the school. Raphael had given us a key card. His uncle worked in facilities. and kept backups in case of outages. We slipped inside unnoticed, through the back hall behind the science labs. The server room wasn't locked. I expected glowing screens, buzzing wires, something out of a hacker movie. But it was quiet, just a couple of racks with blinking lights, the low hum of cooling fans, and in the center of the room a chair. Facing a small screen, an open laptop sat there, logged in. The burner phone already connected. One single text box blinked at the center of the screen. "You're here." We didn't type anything. A new message appeared. "You passed. You chose empathy." Then another. "Do you want to see the truth?" Lily looked at me. I nodded. She typed, "Yes." The screen shifted. A video began to play. It was footage of the old AV room, years old, grainy, time-stamped. A boy sat in the corner, hoodie up, head down, ignored by everyone around him. A group of kids our age, maybe a little younger, gathered at the front of the room, laughing, whispering. One of them pulled out a phone, snapped a picture of the boy, and held it up to show the others. He didn't react. He didn't even look up. Then the video cut to him at home, a hidden camera, logs of messages, screenshots of chats, mocking ones from the same students, texts calling him a freak, a loser, telling him to kill himself. More footage, newspaper clippings, teen expelled after security breach, local student drops out after cyberbullying scandal. Then the screen faded to black, and a single sentence appeared. Fear was the only language anyone ever listened to. I felt sick. All of it, the app, the dares, the punishments, it was never about sadism. It was about building a mirror, showing people what it was like to be controlled, watched, pushed, trapped. Lily stepped forward and typed, "You made us hurt people." Another pause. Then, "You stopped before it went too far. Others didn't." I didn't know if that made us the good guys, or just lucky. The final message blinked onto the screen. This was never about justice. It was about balance. You helped tip the scale. Then the screen went black. The laptop shut down. The lights in the server room flickered off. It's been 3 weeks since that night. No new messages. No strange apps. No burner phones. No dares. We still talk about it, Lily, Priya, me. Not with anyone else. Not even Raphael. He wiped the traces for us, said we should be glad it's over. Sometimes I wonder if it really is. We'll probably never know who all was behind it, whether Travis was acting alone or if someone else took over. Whether it really ended when we walked out of that server room, or if the code lives on somewhere, waiting for another group, another test. But here's what I do know. Empathy isn't something you teach with a worksheet. Sometimes it has to be lived. Sometimes it takes seeing yourself through someone else's worst moments to understand the cost of silence, of cruelty, of looking away. We didn't break the system, but we made it stop. And for now, that's enough. Snow drifted lazily from the gray sky, coating the neatly manicured lawns of Elmwood Drive in a blanket of white. The suburban neighborhood looked like a holiday card, each house adorned with twinkling lights and festive wreaths. I sat in the passenger seat of my boyfriend's old Honda, nerves fluttering in my stomach. Meeting Will's family for the first time was intimidating enough, but spending an entire holiday weekend at their house had me on edge. Will squeezed my hand gently as we pulled into the driveway, sensing my anxiety. "Relax, they're going to love you," he said, with a reassuring smile. I wanted to believe him, but I knew how these things sometimes went. Families could be complicated, especially around the holidays. The house itself was beautiful, large, and warmly lit, with icicle lights hanging gracefully from the roof's edge. Warm golden light spilled from the windows, illuminating the freshly fallen snow. It was the kind of house that felt inviting at first glance, a place filled with years of happy memories and traditions. As we stepped onto the porch, the front door swung open, and a woman who could only be Will's mother greeted us with a bright, welcoming smile. She embraced him tightly, then turned to me, her eyes kind and curious. "You must be Clara," she said warmly, pulling me into a surprisingly strong hug. "I'm Janet. We've heard so much about you." I smiled shyly, hoping I wasn't blushing too much. "Thank you for having me. Your home is lovely." Inside, the house was just as cozy as it looked from the outside. A crackling fireplace warmed the spacious living room, and the air smelled of cinnamon and freshly baked bread. Soft Christmas music played quietly from somewhere unseen. I could immediately see why Will spoke so fondly of this place. It was exactly the kind of home I'd always wished for. Janet introduced me quickly to the rest of the family. Will's father, Robert, tall and reserved but polite, his younger sister, Emily, a bubbly teenager who immediately peppered me with questions about college life, and his grandparents, who sat comfortably near the fireplace, smiling at me warmly. I relaxed slightly, comforted by how genuinely welcoming they all seemed. Dinner was ready soon after our arrival, and Janet directed us into a beautiful dining room, decorated tastefully with garland and candles. The large table was meticulously set, plates gleaming beneath the chandelier's soft glow. Everyone took their seats, chatting and laughing casually, clearly familiar with the rhythm of their family gatherings. But as I settled in next to Will, my eyes caught something odd at the far end of the table. A single place was set, complete with silverware, a full plate of food, and even a glass of water. Yet no one was sitting there. Confused, I glanced around the table, waiting for someone to address the obvious oddity. But the family continued chatting, passing dishes around, entirely ignoring the empty spot. Emily noticed my confusion and smiled awkwardly, quickly turning her attention elsewhere. I shot a questioning look at Will, but he stared determinedly at his plate, pretending he hadn't seen my confusion. Janet served me a generous portion of mashed potatoes and smiled warmly. "Eat up, dear. We don't let anyone leave hungry here." I nodded politely, my eyes involuntarily darting again to that strange, empty seat at the table. The food there was untouched but carefully plated, as though someone might arrive at any moment to claim it. Conversation resumed around me, everyone deliberately cheerful, talking about the neighborhood holiday events, the upcoming snowstorm, even joking lightly about old family memories. Yet every now and then I caught someone's eyes flicking toward the empty chair, as though acknowledging something no one wanted to discuss. My discomfort grew, but I did my best to ignore it, keeping quiet throughout dinner. Something felt off deeply wrong in a way I couldn't quite place. Why set a place for someone who clearly wasn't there? It couldn't be a mistake. Everything about the dinner was so carefully arranged. After dinner, I helped Janet clear the dishes. As we carried plates into the kitchen, I finally mustered the courage to ask about the empty seat. "Janet," I said softly, choosing my words carefully, "I noticed the extra place at the table tonight. Are you expecting someone else?" Janet's hands froze mid-action, holding a dish in mid-air. Her expression tightened briefly, just enough to reveal that I'd touched on something sensitive. She forced a small, strained smile. "Oh, it's nothing, dear. Just an old family tradition. We keep an extra place at the table during holidays. Don't let it worry you." Her tone clearly indicated the conversation was over, and I didn't press further. But something about her reaction unsettled me deeply. There was sadness in her eyes, hidden behind that practiced smile, something more than a simple holiday custom. Later, after everyone else had retreated to the living room, I lingered in the kitchen, helping with dishes. As I placed a stack of clean plates back into the cabinet, something caught my eye. It was a child's drawing, stuck haphazardly to the fridge with a faded magnet. Curious, I stepped closer. It was crudely drawn, the thick crayon strokes unmistakably childlike. 3 figures stood hand in hand, a woman, a smaller figure labeled me, and another girl drawn faintly, standing apart from them. At the bottom, scrawled in a child's handwriting, was written, "Me and Mommy and the girl in the closet, December 22. My breath caught in my throat. December 22nd, just 2 days ago. I stared at the picture, my heart suddenly racing, unease washing over me again in icy waves. I glanced nervously around, making sure no one was watching, then quietly placed the drawing back exactly as I'd found it. That night, once everyone was asleep, I finally asked Will about it. We sat together on the edge of the guest room bed, speaking in hushed tones. His reaction was tense, wary, like I'd asked something forbidden. "We don't talk about her," he whispered, eyes guarded. "Who?" I asked softly. "A relative?" He hesitated, his jaw tightening before he finally replied. "Just leave it alone, Clara. Please, it's better if you don't ask." But I knew in my gut I couldn't leave it alone. Something wasn't right. The empty place at the table, the strange drawing, the heavy silence. Will's family was hiding something, and suddenly I wasn't sure I wanted to know what it was. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I lay wide awake beside Will, staring up at the unfamiliar ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the old house settling. My mind replayed every unsettling detail from dinner, the empty seat, Janet's strained smile, and that eerie child's drawing pinned to the fridge. Finally, exhaustion overtook my restless mind, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. But even then, my dreams were jagged, haunted by shadows I couldn't quite catch, whispers I couldn't quite hear. At one point, I jolted awake suddenly, heart racing, convinced someone had been standing near the bed watching me. But the room was empty, filled only with pale moonlight filtering gently through lace curtains. I glanced over at Will, He slept peacefully, breathing slow and even. I envied him in that moment, how easily he seemed to accept the strangeness of his family's world. I carefully slipped out of bed, pulling on a sweater, shivering slightly as my bare feet met the cold wooden floor. Maybe a glass of water would help calm my nerves. The hallway was dark, dimly lit by a faint yellow glow coming from a nightlight near the staircase. I moved carefully, trying not to wake anyone, feeling oddly like an intruder in this quiet, perfect house. Downstairs, the kitchen was bathed in soft moonlight, making everything seem gentle and harmless. I poured a glass of water and leaned against the counter, letting the cool liquid soothe my tight throat. But as I stood there, eyes drifting aimlessly, something tugged insistently at my attention. The fridge, that drawing again, its colorful scribbles partially illuminated by moonlight. I moved closer, inspecting it again. The words were still there, clearly written in a child's shaky handwriting. Me and Mommy and the girl in the closet, December 22nd, just 2 days ago. I couldn't let it go. I knew I should go back to bed, forget about it, respect Will's quiet plea to leave things alone, but something deep inside pushed me onward. I needed answers. Carefully, I turned away from the fridge and walked slowly toward the hallway that connected to a small side door, one I'd noticed earlier when Janet had shown me around. She'd skipped past it quickly, mentioning briefly it led to the basement. At the time, I hadn't thought anything of it, but now, it seemed like something worth investigating. The basement door was slightly ajar. My heartbeat quickened as I pushed it open fully, revealing a narrow staircase that descended into complete darkness. A faint chill drifted upward, carrying with it the musty scent of old wood and forgotten places. I hesitated, glancing back nervously toward the empty kitchen, listening carefully for any signs of movement upstairs. When nothing stirred, I reached for the switch beside the doorway, flicking it softly. A single bulb flickered to life at the bottom of the stairs, casting weak yellow light over a concrete floor. I took a slow, unsteady breath, stepped forward and descended carefully, each stair creaking faintly beneath my weight. At the bottom, my eyes adjusted quickly to the dimness. The basement was large, cluttered with old furniture, dusty boxes, and forgotten toys scattered across the floor. I shivered, wrapping my sweater tightly around me. Something about this room felt deeply unsettling, though I couldn't quite pinpoint why. It felt frozen in time, abandoned yet still filled with echoes of life. As I moved cautiously deeper into the room, my eyes landed on something partially hidden behind a stack of cardboard boxes. A small, worn door built into the far wall, barely noticeable, painted the same dull shade of white as the surrounding walls. My stomach clenched with inexplicable dread, but curiosity won out. I had to know what lay behind it. The small handle turned easily beneath my shaking fingers, and the door opened with a soft, protesting groan. Inside was a narrow space, little more than a cramped storage area, but immediately I realized it wasn't empty. On the floor were blankets, scattered toys, and small plates, some still holding crumbs. It was clearly a place someone had spent time recently, someone small. My pulse quickened, blood rushing loudly in my ears. I knelt slowly, touching one of the blankets. It was warm, as if someone had just been wrapped in it moments ago. Panic swelled inside me. Was someone still living down here, hidden from sight? My mind flashed back to the drawing, the strange empty place at the table, the tense silence whenever I mentioned it. My breath caught painfully in my throat. What had I stumbled into? Then my eyes caught sight of something else, a small camera, discreetly tucked into the corner, barely visible unless you knew exactly where to look. My heart skipped. It was positioned perfectly to monitor the space, aimed precisely at the pile of blankets and toys. Someone was watching this room. Someone knew exactly who lived here, knew exactly when they came and went. With trembling hands, I followed the tiny cable attached to the camera, tracing it along the wall until it disappeared into a hidden hole in the corner of the ceiling. If the camera was here, the footage had to be stored somewhere nearby, maybe on a computer upstairs, maybe elsewhere. Either way, someone in this house was closely monitoring whoever or whatever was staying in this hidden place. Suddenly, a soft sound broke the heavy silence, a faint creaking somewhere above me, perhaps footsteps upstairs. My breath froze in my lungs. Someone was awake, moving around the house. I knew instantly I couldn't be found here. Quickly, I closed the small hidden door, making sure it was exactly as I'd found it, and hurried back across the basement toward the stairs. My heart hammered with each step I climbed, eyes darting nervously upward toward the open doorway above. As I reached the top, I paused, listening carefully. Silence again. Maybe I'd imagined the noise, or maybe whoever had been moving was back in their room. Either way, I didn't risk lingering. I flipped off the basement light and moved swiftly through the kitchen, up the stairs, back down the hall toward the guest room. Will was still fast asleep, breathing deeply, completely unaware of my late-night exploration. I slipped quietly back into bed beside him, heart still racing, mind reeling. I'd found something terrifying hidden in the heart of Will's seemingly perfect family home, a secret room, a hidden camera, and evidence that someone else lived silently, secretly, in the basement. And worse still, I was certain Will's family already knew. Janet stood in front of me, her eyes steady but cautious, the tension in the air between us so thick it felt suffocating. Her forced smile trembled slightly at the edges, and I could tell she knew exactly what I'd been doing, exactly what I'd heard at the basement door. But neither of us spoke for a long moment, letting the silence stretch into something uncomfortable and heavy. "Clara," she finally said, her voice careful, controlled. "I thought Will mentioned that we keep the basement off limits. It's dangerous down there, old wiring, rusty nails, things you could hurt yourself on." I nodded slowly, my heart still racing, but I forced my expression into one of naive acceptance. "I'm sorry. I just got curious. Old houses, you know." She softened slightly, her posture easing, though suspicion lingered behind her eyes. "I know. But please, next time, ask first. We don't want you getting hurt." With that, she turned back toward the kitchen, leaving me standing alone in the hallway, my pulse still thrumming. I glanced back at the basement door one last time. Whatever or whoever was down there clearly needed help. Yet, confronting Janet now would only deepen her suspicions. I had to be smarter about this. Will reappeared soon after, looking anxious. "Are you all right? What did my mom say?" "Not much," I whispered back. "Just a gentle warning about the basement. She acted like she was worried about me getting hurt. Will's expression clouded, his eyes darting nervously toward the kitchen. "That's good. Just be careful. They're already watching you closely, Clara. My parents don't like when people start asking too many questions." I stared at him, feeling a fresh pang of doubt. Then what should we do? Someone was tapping at the basement door. It wasn't random noise, Will. It was intentional. "Someone's down there." He hesitated, clearly conflicted. "I believe you, but let's wait until tonight. After everyone's asleep again, we'll check together. If someone's in there, we'll deal with it then." I reluctantly agreed, knowing I couldn't handle this alone. For the rest of the day, we moved through the house pretending normalcy. We helped decorate the living room tree, wrapped last-minute presents, and tried to laugh along with Emily's jokes. Every smile felt forced, every laugh hollow. The cheerful facade was becoming nearly impossible to maintain. At dinner, the empty place at the table remained hauntingly untouched, carefully arranged with a full meal and silverware. This time, though, everyone's eyes flicked toward it nervously, as if sensing my lingering suspicion. No one mentioned it, but the air grew strained. Janet spoke brightly, too brightly, about plans for Christmas morning, her eyes darting to me repeatedly, watching for reactions. That night felt endless. I lay awake, watching shadows flicker on the ceiling, waiting for the house to settle into quiet. Eventually, silence fell, and Will sat up carefully, motioning to me to follow. My nerves twisted as we crept from the bedroom down the hall and quietly descended the stairs to the basement door. Will paused, listening carefully, then opened the door slowly. The stairwell was dark and empty. As we descended, each step creaked softly beneath our feet. At the bottom, we stood motionless, letting our eyes adjust to the dimness. "Show me," Will whispered finally, his voice tight with anxiety. I led him across the basement, past boxes and dusty furniture, until we reached the hidden door. It was closed exactly as I'd left it, almost invisible in the low light. Will stared at it, visibly shaken, as if he couldn't believe this hidden space had existed in his home without his knowledge. With a trembling hand, he opened the door slowly, revealing the same tiny room I'd seen before: blankets, toys scattered haphazardly, and plates of half-eaten food. He stepped inside cautiously, picking up a small stuffed bear from the floor, eyes filled with disbelief. "How is this possible?" he whispered, clearly disturbed. "I had no idea this was here. Clara, you have to believe me. I swear, I never knew." "I do," I said gently, touching his shoulder. "But someone's been living here, someone small. Maybe it's Maddie, Will. Maybe she never left. Maybe they hid her." He shook his head slowly, overwhelmed. "Why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense." I moved to the corner, pointing toward the tiny hidden camera still fixed to the wall. "They're watching whoever it is, Will. They're aware of it. They're feeding this person. They must know exactly who's in here." Will's face went pale, realization dawning sharply. "We have a security setup. My dad has cameras installed around the house, connected to a monitor in his office. That's how he keeps an eye on things when we're away." "Then that footage must be upstairs," I said urgently. "We need to see it. We have to know who's down here." He nodded, determination replacing his shock. "Follow me." We hurried back up the stairs and through the house to Robert's home office. Will switched on the small lamp beside the desk, casting a dim, cautious glow over the room. The computer sat silently on the desk, surrounded by neatly organized papers. He moved quickly, turning on the monitor, fingers trembling slightly as he navigated the desktop. After a few tense moments, a security application opened, showing multiple camera feeds around the house front door, driveway, backyard. My heart jumped as he selected the basement camera. The footage appeared, grainy and dim, showing the hidden room clearly. We skimmed backward through recordings, our breathing tense, until something moved. "There," I whispered urgently. Will stopped the footage, leaning closer. A small, shadowy figure appeared on screen, sitting in the corner, clutching a blanket tightly. It was unmistakably a young girl, maybe 8 or 9, her face obscured by tangled hair. She rocked slowly, silently, surrounded by stuffed animals. "Oh my God," Will whispered hoarsely. Could it be her, Maddie?" My chest tightened painfully. It has to be. We stared in silent horror as the footage continued, watching Maddie move quietly around the room, occasionally looking toward the camera, as if aware she was being watched. Suddenly she stood quickly, startled, backing into a corner as a figure entered the frame. "Janet." Will gasped quietly, his eyes wide with disbelief. We watched silently as Janet approached Maddie, placing a plate of food on the ground. Maddie shrank away fearfully, not speaking, not moving until Janet left the room again, locking the door behind her. Will leaned back slowly, his face ashen. "They've kept her hidden down there for years." I nodded slowly, dread flooding through me. They never let her go. They never told anyone. Will buried his face in his hands, voice shaking. "What are we supposed to do now?" Before I could answer, footsteps sounded behind us. We turned sharply to see Robert standing in the doorway, his face dark, eyes cold and dangerous. "You shouldn't have done that," he said softly, stepping slowly into the room, blocking our exit. Robert stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the dim hallway light behind him. The quiet menace in his posture chilled me to the bone, and the expression on his face was one I had never seen: calm, cold, utterly controlled anger. He stepped forward slowly, filling the doorway, and folded his arms. It was clear he'd seen exactly what we were looking at on the computer screen. "Will," Robert said quietly, his voice a heavy mixture of disappointment and warning, "I thought you knew better. We raised you to respect our privacy, our rules." Will stood slowly, facing his father, his expression wavering between fear and betrayal. "Dad, please, you have to explain this. You have a child locked in our basement. Maddie, you've kept her hidden for years." Robert didn't flinch, didn't look away. "You're misunderstanding the situation, son. Maddie is safe here, protected." Will shook his head sharply, clearly horrified. "Protected? You mean trapped, hidden? This isn't protection, Dad. It's cruelty. Why would you ever do this?" I remained frozen beside Will, barely breathing, hoping Robert would continue talking. If we were going to get out of this, we needed him distracted. Robert's eyes moved slowly to mine, hardening further. "Clara, I'm sorry you had to become involved in this. You were never meant to know." I swallowed hard, forcing my voice steady, despite the fear clawing at my chest. "But I do know, And we can't pretend otherwise. You've been keeping her prisoner, your family fostered her, then lied when she went missing. This isn't normal, Robert. Robert sighed, glancing briefly at the floor before meeting my eyes again. It's not what you think. Maddie came to us already broken, traumatized from experiences you can't even imagine. We took her in, tried to help her, but she was troubled, dangerous. She'd hurt herself, hurt others. She didn't respond to treatment or therapy. After a while, there was nowhere else to send her. I shook my head in disbelief. So your solution was to lock her away, pretend she vanished. He held my gaze firmly. Our solution was to protect her and others from harm. We made sacrifices to keep her safe, to keep her away from prying eyes and judgment. Safe? Will's voice cracked, strained with disbelief and horror. She's down there alone, scared, living like an animal. Robert's expression softened slightly, showing a flash of genuine sadness. We tried everything else. Therapy, medication, specialists, but nothing worked. Maddie wasn't meant for the world outside these walls. Downstairs, she's cared for, fed, monitored. Janet takes care of her every need. She's your prisoner, Will whispered, stepping closer, eyes blazing with anger and pain. No matter how you justify it, it's wrong. Robert shook his head slowly, his voice quiet yet forceful. Sometimes the right thing doesn't look the way you expect. If Maddie were out there, she'd be institutionalized, abandoned by everyone. At least here, she has a home, stability, a family. Will's fists clenched, his entire body shaking with rage. This isn't family. It's imprisonment. You taught us to be honest, decent. But all this time, you were lying, hiding a child in our basement, pretending everything was normal. What else have you lied about? Robert's jaw tightened sharply, eyes flashing dangerously. Be careful, son. You have no idea how difficult this has been for your mother, for me. The sacrifices we've made. Sacrifices? Will said bitterly, voice trembling. Like sacrificing our integrity? Our humanity? I can't believe I ever trusted you. Robert took another step forward, voice hardening once more. That's enough. I understand your shock, but you'll see it differently once you've calmed down. Clara, you're going to stay here for now. We'll discuss how to handle this later. I shook my head sharply, panic flooding through me again. You can't keep me here. People know where I am. My family, friends, they'll notice if I don't return. Robert's gaze softened, though only slightly. You misunderstand. No one is harming you, Clara. But we need you to stay until we sort this out. You need to understand how important secrecy is. Everything we've done is to protect our family, Maddie included. Dad, please, Will whispered desperately, clearly sensing the threat behind Robert's words. Let Clara leave. She won't tell anyone. I promise. Robert's eyes never left mine, carefully weighing my reaction. She knows too much, Will. She's seen things no one outside the family has ever seen. Will moved protectively between us, shielding me. Then we'll leave together. Clara and I will both go. You won't have to worry about either of us again. Robert's jaw tightened even more, the silence stretching between us painfully. Finally, he sighed deeply, the tension easing just slightly. I'm sorry, son, but I can't let either of you leave. Not yet. You'll stay here until I'm certain you understand the consequences." He stepped closer, hand raised slightly as if to calm us. "Go back to your room, rest, give yourself time to think clearly. Tomorrow, we'll discuss this rationale as a family." He moved aside slightly, motioning toward the hallway, a quiet but firm gesture that made it clear refusal wasn't an option. I exchanged a desperate glance with Will, who squeezed my hand tightly. There was no choice, not right now. We moved past Robert slowly, my heart racing, eyes fixed firmly on the floor as we passed him, feeling his stare follow us out of the office. Once we were back upstairs, Will shut the bedroom door, leaning against it heavily. His breathing was ragged, eyes haunted. He met my gaze with raw pain. "I'm so sorry, Clara. I had no idea." I took his hand, squeezing it gently. "It's not your fault, Will, but we have to find a way out of here. They're not going to let us leave willingly." He nodded slowly, his eyes suddenly determined again. "I know. Tonight, when they're asleep, we'll go straight to the police. We'll show them the footage. They'll have to believe us." I hesitated, dread churning in my stomach. "Will they? Your parents are respected here. They might dismiss us as crazy, especially if your family denies everything." He shook his head firmly. "The footage doesn't lie. We have proof. We just need to get out of here with it." We waited silently for hours, listening for any signs of movement in the house. When it finally fell silent, we cautiously slipped from the bedroom once more, moving quickly toward the office. But this time, we froze at the bottom of the stairs, our hearts stopping. The office door stood open, light pouring out into the dark hallway. Robert sat at his desk, waiting, the footage already playing silently behind him. He raised his eyes slowly, meeting ours without surprise. "I had hoped you wouldn't try this," he said quietly, voice filled with genuine regret. "Now we'll have to do this the hard way." Before we could react, footsteps approached rapidly from behind. We turned sharply just as Janet stepped forward, a needle in her hand, eyes wide and sorrowful. "I'm sorry," she whispered softly, stepping toward us, "but it's for your own good." My heart stopped as Janet moved swiftly toward us, the needle glinting ominously under the dim hallway light. Before either of us could react, Robert was already on his feet, stepping out from behind the desk, his face stern and controlled. "Don't fight this," Janet pleaded quietly, her voice shaking slightly as she approached Will. "Please, Will. Honey, it won't hurt. It'll just help you sleep. When you wake up, everything will make sense again." Will backed away instinctively, eyes wide with disbelief and betrayal. "Mom, no. Please don't do this." But she stepped forward resolutely, determination replacing the sorrow in her gaze. "You left us no choice. We tried to do this gently. We tried to protect you from the truth for your own sake, but you kept pushing." Her eyes flashed to mine, full of regret and frustration. "And now you've dragged Clara into it. We can't risk everything we've worked so hard to protect." Before I could move or scream, Robert stepped behind me, gripping my arms firmly, holding me in place. I struggled violently, but his grasp was iron tight, unyielding. I watched helplessly as Janet quickly took hold of Will's arm, pressing the needle expertly into his shoulder. He flinched, gasping softly in pain, his eyes locking onto mine for a final panicked second. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice thick with despair, before his eyelids fluttered closed, and he collapsed limply into Janet's waiting arms. My heart shattered, tears spilling helplessly down my cheeks. "What did you do to him?" I cried, trying desperately to wrench free from Robert's grip. "You can't do this." Janet turned her gaze back to me, remorseful but resolute. "He'll be fine, Clara. He'll sleep for a few hours. When he wakes up, we'll explain everything again. He'll understand why we've had to do these things, why Maddie has to stay hidden." I stared at her in horror, unable to believe what I was hearing. "Understand? You've imprisoned a child. Now you've drugged your own son. You're out of your minds." Janet flinched visibly, hurt flickering through her eyes. But Robert's grip only tightened, his voice stern beside my ear. "We didn't want this, Clara. You forced our hand. If you'd stayed out of things, none of this would have happened." "Stayed out of things," I snapped, anger temporarily overpowering my fear. "You mean ignored the little girl trapped in your basement? Pretended your lies were okay?" Janet gently laid Will onto the sofa in the office, brushing his hair from his forehead with a motherly tenderness that seemed disturbingly at odds with her actions. She straightened, turning back toward me slowly, expression carefully blank. "Maddie wasn't the first," she admitted quietly, eyes holding mine steadily. "This family has been caring for troubled children for years. We took them in when no one else would. Maddie was special but complicated. She couldn't handle the outside world, Clara. She was dangerous to herself, to others. So your solution was locking her away forever." My voice trembled, disgust dripping from every word. Robert answered for her, his tone firm and defensive. "You don't understand. Maddie wasn't just troubled. She was violent, unpredictable. She hurt herself, attacked other kids at school. We tried therapy, medication, specialists. Nothing worked." Janet stepped closer, imploring me to see reason in her twisted logic. "We saved her from institutions, foster homes where she'd be mistreated or forgotten. Downstairs, Maddie has a home, food, warmth, family. She's safe, and the world is safe from her." My stomach churned violently. "You're justifying imprisonment. You drugged your son. You're manipulating everyone around you." Robert sighed heavily, frustration evident. "We never wanted Will to know. We never wanted him involved. He was supposed to stay unaware, protected. You complicated that. Now we have to decide what to do with you." My blood ran cold. "Do with me." Janet's expression shifted to pity, mingled with sadness. "You know too much, Clara. You can't leave, not now. If you tell anyone, our entire family will be destroyed. Maddie would be institutionalized. Everything we've built, everything we've sacrificed, will have been for nothing." I struggled again, desperate panic flooding my veins. "People will come looking for me. You can't hide me here. Someone will notice I'm gone." Robert shook his head grimly. "We'll make it believable. Your family and friends will think you simply chose to stay here longer. We'll keep your phone active, reply to texts for you. Eventually, we'll make it look like you moved away, started fresh somewhere else." Tears blurred my vision, despair washing over me. They had planned this thoroughly, coldly. Janet reached gently toward my face, wiping a tear softly from my cheek. "Please, Clara." Make this easy for yourself, for we'll cooperate with us. We'll make sure you're comfortable, safe. In time, you'll understand. My voice cracked, quiet with defeat. I'll never understand. You're monsters. Robert sighed heavily, guiding me toward the hallway again. I hoped you'd see reason. Unfortunately, it seems we'll need to keep you restrained for now. Panic surged anew as he led me down the hall toward another small room, this one on the first floor, a rarely used guest room. He ushered me inside gently but firmly, shutting the door behind him. Before I could react, I heard the lock click firmly into place. The room was comfortable but sparse. A single bed, a small desk, a window with heavy curtains. I ran to the window immediately, trying desperately to open it, but it had been sealed shut. My heart sank as reality crashed heavily around me. I was trapped. Hours dragged on, marked only by my growing panic. I paced the small room, thoughts racing. Was Will okay? Was Maddie? Did anyone outside suspect the truth about this twisted family? Eventually, the door unlocked softly. Janet entered, carrying a tray of food and water. She placed it carefully on the small desk, eyes gentle but wary. "Clara," she began softly, hesitating as if choosing her words carefully. "I know this is difficult, frightening, but fighting won't help. Please eat something. Rest." "Where's Will?" I demanded sharply. She sighed, sitting slowly on the edge of the bed. "Sleeping. He's safe. When he wakes, we'll talk again, explain everything clearly. He'll understand eventually, just as you will." I shook my head bitterly. "I won't. I'll never accept this." Her eyes softened sadly. "I didn't either at first. But family is complicated, Clara. We do things we never imagined to protect the people we love. Eventually, even the darkest choices become easier." She stood slowly, moving toward the door again, pausing just before leaving. "Please, think about it. The sooner you cooperate, the sooner you'll have a life here. Refuse, and we'll do what's necessary." The door locked again, leaving me alone with the echo of her words and the crushing weight of my reality. I sank slowly onto the bed, heart heavy, mind racing. I knew beyond doubt that my only hope of survival lay in escaping. But how, when every door was locked, every window sealed? Yet, deep down, beneath despair and fear, something stronger stirred determination. They couldn't break me. I wouldn't let them. One way or another, I would find a way out. I barely slept that night. My thoughts raced relentlessly, torn between fear, desperation, and a determination I couldn't quite explain. Every sound in the house, every creak of the floors, whisper of voices through the walls, set my pulse racing. The small guest room had become a cell, a beautifully furnished cage that offered no comfort, only isolation. I stared blankly at the sealed window, knowing I had to find another way out. Just after dawn, the door opened again. This time it was Janet, looking weary, her gentle face etched deeply with exhaustion and worry. In her hands was a tray of breakfast food, toast, fruit, a steaming mug of coffee. It smelled inviting, but the sight of her filled me only with dread. "How are you feeling?" she asked softly, setting the tray down beside me. "How do you think?" I responded bitterly, glaring at her. "I'm locked in a room. You've kidnapped your own son. You've kept a child prisoner. None of this is okay." She sighed deeply, sitting across from me on the edge of the bed. "I know how it looks, but Clara, everything we've done—" "Stop," I interrupted sharply. "No more explanations. You can't justify this." She stared at me, her eyes glistening slightly with tears. "Maybe not, but we did it to protect our family. When Maddie came to us, we loved her, but she couldn't be part of the world outside. Every attempt to help her ended badly. We made terrible choices, yes, but always for her sake, and now for yours and Will's too." I shook my head, refusing to listen. "You drugged your son. You imprisoned an innocent child. Don't pretend this was ever about protecting anyone but yourselves." Janet stood quietly, clearly shaken by my words. She looked away, unable to meet my eyes any longer. "I'm sorry it had to come to this, Clara, but if you refuse to see reason, there's nothing more we can do." As she turned to leave, I called out desperately, "Please, at least let me see Will. Let me know he's okay." She hesitated, then slowly nodded. "All right, but only for a few minutes." Moments later, Will entered the room. He looked exhausted, disheveled, his eyes haunted with guilt and confusion. Janet stayed outside the door, leaving it slightly ajar, listening to every word we said. "Are you okay?" I asked gently, my voice shaking. Will sat beside me, his hands trembling. "I'm so sorry, Clara. I had no idea they would do this. I don't even know who they are anymore." "It's not your fault," I assured him quietly, taking his hand. "But we need a plan. We can't stay here. They're desperate, Will. Who knows what they'll do next?" He nodded slowly, squeezing my hand reassuringly. "I know. Last night, when they thought I was unconscious, I overheard them talking. They said they needed to move Matt to take her somewhere else, away from here, because of us. We don't have much time." I glanced quickly at the open door, then leaned closer. "If they're moving her, we have one chance. They'll be distracted. We have to get out and get help." Will agreed, determination sparking again in his eyes. "Tonight, we'll make our move then. Be ready." As promised, the opportunity came just after midnight. Through the wall we heard faint noises, footsteps, whispers, and the basement door opening. My heart pounded. It was now or never. Moments later, Will quietly unlocked my door with a key he'd stolen from his father's desk earlier that day. We moved silently into the hallway, listening carefully. "They're downstairs," he whispered urgently. "Maddie's room is empty. They're loading her into the car. Let's go." Hand in hand, we crept through the dark house, every step tense, every shadow feeling like a threat. At the front door we hesitated, breathless with fear. This was it, the moment we escaped, or were caught again. I turned the handle slowly, wincing as the door creaked slightly. Outside, the cold night air greeted us sharply. But just as freedom seemed within reach, headlights snapped on, blinding us. Robert stood beside the car in the driveway, Janet holding Maddie tightly by her side. Maddie was pale, small, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. Janet's face was tear-streaked, pleading silently for us to understand. Robert's expression was cold, resigned. "You can't run from this," Robert warned sternly, stepping forward. "This ends now." But before either of us could respond, Flashing red and blue lights filled the street. Police cars pulled quickly into the driveway, officers emerging swiftly. Janet cried out, panicked. Robert looked momentarily stunned, his composure finally breaking. "Put your hands up," an officer commanded sharply. "Step away from the girl." Relief flooded through me as we stepped toward the officers. Robert and Janet hesitated, frozen by shock and disbelief. As the police approached, one officer took Maddie gently into his arms, soothing her quietly. Janet broke down, sobbing quietly as handcuffs were placed around her wrists. As the chaos settled, an officer explained. Earlier, after Will had woken from the sedative, he'd managed to sneak a message from his father's phone to the local police, sending them a brief but urgent plea for help. They'd arrived just in time to witness our attempted escape, confirming the disturbing story we had to tell. The next several weeks passed in a blur of police interviews, statements, and news coverage. Will's parents faced charges: kidnapping, imprisonment, endangering a child. Maddie was moved to a specialized care facility, receiving proper help and support for the first time in years. Will was shattered emotionally, but resolved to rebuild his life on his own terms. Finally, the day came when we left that town behind, the place that had nearly broken us both. As we drove away, Will reached over, taking my hand gently. "Thank you," he said softly, his voice rough with emotion. "You saved me, Clara. Saved Maddie, too. I don't know how I'll ever repay you." I squeezed his hand tightly, looking out at the open road ahead of us. Freedom finally ours again. "You don't have to repay me. We survived together. That's enough." In the months that followed, life slowly returned to normal, or as normal as it could be. Maddie gradually recovered, learning to trust again in the safety of her new home. Will and I continued to heal, supporting each other every step of the way. Yet, despite everything, sometimes at night, when the house was quiet and shadows played tricks on the walls, memories lingered. Memories of that hidden room, the secrets and lies that nearly destroyed us all. But with each passing day, those shadows faded a little more. And eventually, all that remained was the strength we found within ourselves, the courage to face darkness head on, the resilience to move forward, and the promise of brighter days ahead. We'd escaped, we'd survived, and at last we were free.